Hey everybody, welcome back to the Two.
There's just the two of us.
Naturally.
How are you?
How are you?
We're fine.
We're fine.
There's children outside of my house that are screeching right now. So if you hear that,
We can't. Friggin' last episode, other than the many showers taken that we had to pause for, was a guy who decided he needed to mow his entire lawn 30 minutes into when we started, so...
it would be fine if it wasn't the middle of winter?
Yeah.
The grass isn't growing.
Which one of y'all has a lawn right now? I mean, I know it was like a relatively temperate day, but the grass wasn't like, all right, guys, we're going to wait for a temperate day.
And then we're going to grow 6 inches.
We're going to go sit. Are you guys ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1. You knew where I was going with that. And then you got to, like, shave it off.
Yeah, we had to wait for that guy, and then both of the people that I live with were home, and they listen. I can only tell people that live with me that are paying rent to be so quiet on days that we're recording.
So many hours.
Yeah, for so many hours. So there was multiple showers taken, multiple shouts of League of Legends glee.
Yeah. It is what it is. If when we're rich and famous, maybe we could get a tent in the woods somewhere.
And then you'll have the sounds of like ambient sounds.
We're in nature in the podcast. It is some historical period.
Yes.
Unspecified. Where there are...
It's a historical period of a like made up world.
Yeah, where there are trains, but also...
No cars.
Well...
But trains, that existed.
Steam, it's like Naruto rules, you know?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I've never seen that.
That's right.
So.
It's like, what time period is this set in? I think they have, like, sinks and toilets, but they don't have, like, cars and stuff like that, which, like, don't get me wrong, probably the indoor plumbing I know existed, I think, in ancient Rome.
Yeah.
I think really what we're doing right now is creating a very good argument that neither of us know much of anything at all.
You're right about that. They had aqueducts.
Was it indoor plumbing? Could I flush a Roman toilet?
No, I don't think so. Maybe
you pray to Poseidon and say, Poseidon, can you take away my poop and pee? So the last episode, what happened, dude?
So many things.
A thing or two.
What did freaking happen? We got some more Vahrae backstory from when he was 13 and during the winter that was later spoken of in that episode. We got a little bit more of the relationship, the like beginning friendship of Farniel and Vahrae. Then we go back to the carriage where this might not be in order, but
the things
that freaking happened. We go back to the carriage with all the folks in it, and we learn some new information. We learn that the king was Lucian's commanding officer, and that the reason why he doesn't like him all that much has something to do with the winter nearing the end of the war. I think it was the last winter that they had to... No, maybe it was the second to last winter that they had to,
Yeah, it was the reason that he was moved from his unit.
Yeah. And with that mention of the winter, we get a little bit of Iffy backstory of her being in the war, and we get to see Vatil again, her commanding officer. And Iffy making true to her statement in the first episode that she was ever introduced in, that she had to treat frostbite a lot during the war, and that she knows what it feels like.
Is treating some frostbite.
Not her own, but treating somebody's frostbite. And then, we learn a little bit about where Vatil might be. Not really. I mean, we don't know where he is, but there's rumors that he's alive, that he reached out to another commanding officer, and that he also got hurt and had to get out of the war, same as Iffy. And then Tavamil and Yezi have a little sweet conversation, and then we go back to the boys, And the boys are picking up their combat again. Some reanimation freaking happens. What the fuck was up with that?
The tieflings.
Yeah, the
their methods are questionable.
Yeah, well. And then Fingers and Hale show up. They find Meredith and the kids, and Hale ends up dying. Him and Lucian had some kind of little moment that we don't know about. And then the boys have a very emotionally charged conversation.
They sure did.
And that's where we left off, unless there's anything I'm forgetting.
I think that you said it all.
Well, here we go.
Here we go. It's been 6-7 months since last we popped into Vahrae and Farniel's life.
Okay.
At West
Scallery.
I should have written this down. West Scallery School for Boys.
The actual official name, we've been saying it wrong, is West Scallery School for Independent Boys. It's even longer.
For independent big boys. So now Vahrae has officially become the second one, sophomore. A sophomore, meaning that Farniel is a senior, as he was a junior prior to that. And in these past, months, you guys, you hang out relatively frequently. Get lunch together, that sort of thing. He'll come hang out in your dorm room. You go hang out in his, and basically, you're not like known for like connected at the hip.
Yeah.
But you are. People have an idea that there's like a relationship between you two.
Yeah.
It's like semi-known. Like if Farniel was ever gonna like try and explain himself to somebody, or like everyone knows who you are. So this is a bad example. If someone was like, "Who's Farniel?" You could be like, "Oh, the guy that you'll see us together," and they'd be like, "Oh, that guy." Like it's that way.
Yeah.
So, and Farniel's little issue with getting knocked around every once in a while. At first, it was every once in a while, but it's not really every once in a while anymore. Pretty much every time you see him, he's got some kind of, like busted ankle. He's got a cut on his cheek or whatever. And sometimes it's like, just a little something. And sometimes it's you got properly stomped.
Yeah.
And you heard a long ago who it was that has been messing with him, basically. And you've had conversations, shall we say, with them before. But a lot of the time, because there's people all over the place, boarding school or whatever, things get intruded upon before anything comes of it. And you've, as much as possible, would you tell Farniel that you have intention to do that sort of thing? Yeah, so you're kind of going behind his back to be like, I'm going to try and solve this problem.
Yeah.
Whatever. And Farniel has not told you about it at all. He only talks about when you ask. And you're about freaking done with it. So this evening, you have communicated to Theo, resident not cool guy, and his two cronies with whom he pals around with, that you wanted to meet him and anyone else who had been messing with Farniel outside the juniors' dorms at 10 p.m. How did you communicate this to him? Like, did you spell? Did you throw a wadded up paper ball at the back of his head? A brick through the window with like magazine cutout letters?
I think through message. Yeah, like he used a message cantrip. He found out where they were. He like kind of scoped them out and, got a sense of who they were, like, all right, size, weight, the factors that are going to matter for this, what you look like. So I have your face downloaded, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so when he was like within 30 feet of him, I think he wasn't trying to be sneaky about it. I think he was standing like 30 feet away staring at him and used message to just like communicate this telepathically.
And you see him. He's kind of like a taller but like skinny guy. He's got weirdly kind of like orangey gold hair. That's so he's easy to kind of pick out in a crowd. And you send this message to you, and he kind of just like he looks at you, like kind of like raises an eyebrow, and just like starts shaking his head, like chuckling to himself, walks away. Gives you no indication that clearly he's heard you. You know that would be evident, but no indication that he's actually gonna show up. He has any intention of meeting you. Farniel does not know that you're doing this, correct? You haven't like told him that you're planning on stomping them. Any other time that it's come to like fisticuffs as well, or like seemed like it was going to, as something that you expect a lot. One of the two cronies, whose names you also know are Ellerwin and Falwell.
Good lord.
One of them will say, don't forget about his parents, you know, if you throw something at him, it might be trouble, you know, that sort of thing. Like kind of like restrained him back. So thus indicating to you that there's a chance they'll just like not stiff you. What's the word I'm looking for? Stand you up. It's also not the word I'm looking for.
Well, that's
it is, but like date. You got go to date with Destiny. So you're currently standing outside the junior dorms. It's 10 p.m. What are you looking at? What's your posture? Like, what do you see right now?
I think he's kind of just doing like a short pacing back and forth, like looking at his shoes and all that. And I think that friggin' he smokes.
Oh, snap.
And so I think that he's like smoking while he's just like kind of slowly pacing back and forth. He's got a hand in one of his pockets, and he's still in like his, you know, disheveled school uniform, and he's just kind of waiting there.
So as you're pacing back and forth, go ahead and roll a perception check.
14.
You hear the of a door. It's like a service entrance that you're kind of standing outside of, pacing back and forth, creak. And you see come through it the orangey, goldy hair of Theo. And he kind of like dips his head through, like peeks through, and then goes, like, exits the door. And then behind him are both, let me scroll up so I can read their names, Ellerwin and Falwell, kind of fall in behind him.
Think that Vahrae kind of looks up, and he flicks his cigarette off to the side, and he's like, so you didn't decide to be a coward after all?
What is this about?
Why don't you take one guess?
What do you intend to do about it?
Give you a taste of your own medicine.
You're going to give us three a taste of our own medicine? I highly doubt it.
Might as well see. Are you too scared? You can dish it out, but you can't take it. Is that what this is about?
He's gonna kind of like walk up to you. He's got his arms crossed. There's like distance between you before he walks up to you, and he's just like, what is your relationship with him anyway?
What does it matter to you, bruv?
Do you know who he is? I mean, I know you're a Thanagold. I would think that would matter to you.
Oh, why would that matter to me?
Isn't it pathetic? Is that why you're hanging out together?
What, do I think he's pathetic?
Well, I mean...
No, I know what I think is pathetic, and I'm looking at it.
He's gonna, like, stick his chin up or whatever.
What's your issue with him anyways?
He doesn't deserve to be here.
And why is that? Because he doesn't have money.
He's gonna, like, give you, like, a duh face. This place isn't for people like him.
And what does that mean? Just, you think that money makes you special? You mummy and daddy's special boy that they sent to special school.
You're one to talk.
I know who I am. I'm not holding it against others. So we're gonna keep yapping.
He's gonna, like, kind of scoot up towards you, being like, it's not just that he's poor.
Mm.
Do you know where he's from?
I think Vahrae
Do you want to roll a history check?
Yeah. Unnatural 20.
Oh, wow. He has not ever mentioned it to you, but you have become gradually aware that that's like a big
that he's from Etheod, right?
Etheod, yeah.
You think I'm an idiot or something?
You don't want me to answer that. Huh. You hear like one of the guys behind him go, "Good one."
I feel like
he like turns, like gives him a fist bump.
I feel like Vahrae kind of laughs a little bit. He's just like, so what?
All of them deserve to have died.
Vahrae's gonna wheel back and punch him in the face.
Cool. So let's roll some initiative.
Well, since Vahrae started combat,
you can go first.
Okay. I'll roll to hit. We add their frickin' strength plus proficiency, yeah?
For unarmed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 17.
Okay, you for sure hit. Which one are you trying to hit, Theo?
Yeah.
Okay.
5 damage.
Okay. Do you say anything?
Nah. I think, well, no. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that he says that and he just wheels his fist back and decks him in the nose.
Okay, cool. So you pull your hand back. He's like halfway through the rest of his sentence and you pull your hand back and you just like smack him in the face. And when you do that, he kind of like wheels back, like head falls back. And then his two cronies, whose names I can't remember for the life of me, sort of come up and flank him, you know, kind of like, and they're going to start in on you too. Are you going to do anything else?
Nope. I think that's it.
Okay. So they're all going to roll to hit. 19, 17, 12 plus... So the first two for sure hit,
yeah.
I would imagine.
The second one, it
was 17 and 19.
Yeah, those hit. And then the second one...
third one is 12 plus 1 plus 3. So...
16?
16.
Hits. Beats it.
Okay, cool. So you're going to hit 3 times.
Cool.
Let's see what we got. And I'm going to add a +1 to all of these. So
all right.
We're already +3. So 3 and 4. 4 and 3.
Oof.
So 4 plus 4 plus 3 is 11. Plus 3 is 14.
All right.
So the moment you not plant one, you don't kiss her. The moment you punch Theo in the nose, you activate the other two like some kind of freaking sleeper agent. And Theo kind of backs off you when you hit him.
Yeah.
And then kind of comes back at you and he kicks you in the stomach. And then the other two just start, grabbing at you. It's like a tussle, basically. Nobody's doing a whole heck of a lot of damage, but because you're being pulled in 3 directions, they're like grabbing your clothes, like grabbing your hair, punching you and stuff like that. It's very like scuffly. And the Theo is gonna say as he's hitting you, like punching you in the face, and he says, "He's a disgrace to all high elves." And that's going to end their turn.
All right. Vahrae is going to kind of laugh a little bit. And think he's just like, who gives a fuck? And he's going to cast the cantrip, Shocking Grasp, at Theo. So I'm going to make a melee spell attack. 16.
Hits.
Cool.
Who are you hitting?
Theo. And he's going to take 1d8 lightning damage, and he can't take reactions until his end of his next turn, or the start of his next turn, sorry.
Okay.
So 7 damage.
Okay, cool. So you, what does that look like when you go to hit him after that?
I think that he kind of is like, stumbles back just a little bit and like widens out his stance so that he's like a little bit more stable. And he just like pulls a potion out of his pocket and says that and like pops the cork off with his thumb. And I think that he just like pours it on his hand and then reels back and punches him like right in the ribs. And it's just like, it's kind of dark out because it is dark out because it's 10 p.m. Yeah. So it's really dark out.
Yeah.
And so you just see like bright white light like spread underneath Theo's skin, and then like crackle out.
So he, he's we freaking electrocuted, and his two henchmen are kind of like freaked out. They like step back a little bit and watch him like get zapped by you. Are you gonna do anything else?
No, because I don't think that he can. He doesn't have anything else that he can do. He's just gonna like put his fists back up and kind of like with no deterrence at all face them.
Cool. So when you do that, Theo is going to like, at first he was looking at you like, beat this kid up, and you like zap him, and now you can see in his eyes like genuine rage.
Yeah.
And he is going to roll to hit on you. 17.
Good lord.
And he's gonna roll the damage for that. +1. So 2 + 1, 3 damage.
All right.
He's gonna action surge to hit you again. 18. And roll the hit. He's 3 + 1 is 4.
So how many in total?
I think the first one was 3 and this one's 4, so 7 damage total for him. And he's like, just kind of like, you hit him, I hit you back, kind of like, this will be a one and done, like, we connect and then we apart type thing.
Yeah.
And then you zap him and he's like, oh, you want to go?
Yeah.
And he comes back and he like punches you in the face. You can feel your like nose cartilage slamming like against your face. And then as you kind of like fall back, he kicks you really hard in the leg. And he's just like focused on knocking you out now. And the what's his name? Falwell is going to roll to hit you too when he sees like the boss got hit, He got a 14 + 4. So that hits.
Yeah.
He is going to roll damage. 2 + 1 is 3.
Okay.
So, there's that, and he like starts knocking you around as well. And he says, "Why do you want to help him anyway?" That's the voice I'm going with for him. Why do you want to help him anyway? What, are you in love or something? He's like doing that as he's like yanking you around, and then golly, gee willikers. Ellerwin is gonna back off and kind of like, put his hands, try and like put his hands on the two that are kicking your butt.
Yeah.
And is saying, "What are you trying to do? Get yourselves killed? Beating up the golden boy?" And he's gonna kind of like back off a little bit.
Yeah. Cool. So it's my turn?
Yep.
All right. In response to that kid saying that, he's like, "Oh, wouldn't you love that? You could imagine it in your dreams." And he's gonna cast Vicious Mockery. So he has to succeed on a Wisdom saving throw.
Cool.
So I'm gonna do that to that. I fully forgot his name. The one that said, "What, are you in love or something?"
Falwell.
Yeah. So he has to save 13.
Cool. 14 + 1.
All right. Cool. So nothing happens. And then he's going to use Healing Word on himself. So he is going to get 1d4 + 2. 4, 5, 6. So he gets 6 health back.
Whoop whoop.
And that is going to end his turn.
Cool. So you try the Vicious Mockery and you say, "Will you imagine it in your dreams?" And then you look at them and you're like, "All right, let me heal myself. Let me not at least, let me salvage this turn." So you heal yourself for 6. Life is better. And then that ends your turn. And then as you kind of like, in order to do that, you have to kind of back off a little bit and let them, whatever. And you can feel once they realize that all you're doing is struggling against them. You're not trying to attack, in parentheses, this turn.
Yeah.
At Ellerwin's, saying so, both Theo and Falwell let go of you, and kind of like push you back a little bit. That'll be what would that be? I know you can do that.
Well, shove attacks are a special feature, I'm pretty sure.
Right. Cool. It'll just be flavor then.
Okay.
He like shoves you back a little bit, and all three of them kind of stand up straight. And Theo's gonna say, you're right. We don't want to get killed, do we? And he's gonna kind of like back off a little bit, and like he's like kind of he's kind of like twitching still from the electricity in his body. And he's gonna say, if you came here just to get us to stop, it's not gonna happen. So, and he's gonna like kind of like staring at you, like cross his arms, and as he says that, the other two kind of like turn around to leave.
Okay. Vahrae, as a weapon, has a club, which
snap.
Which I think that I think that it's like kind of like a baseball bat, like a metal baseball bat, that he just has because he's like, this makes me look tough. But he brought that with him, but he hadn't been using it. He just had it like leaning up against a brick wall or something like that. And I think that when he says, if you're trying to get us to stop, it's not going to happen, he turns around and he grabs it and he flings it over his shoulder, like just has it resting on his shoulder. And he's like looking at Theo. Do you think I'm joking, bruv? Next time I'll get you alone. Make it a fair fight. Don't leave him alone, you're going to have a bit more problems. And fists coming your way. And I think he wants to make an intimidation check.
Okay. Cool deal.
9. Not that great.
Yeah. Theo's gonna like kind of look at you as you like pick up the bat. You can see that all of their eyes get kind of big as they look, and they're just like, you just threatened us with a metal bat? Well, Father was a prefect, so your homeroom teacher will be hearing of this and is going to kind of like back up, like look at you, kind of like go ahead, roll insight.
Okay. 18.
They're looking at you with like surprise and kind of like pissed off fear. Like they're looking at you, before they were looking at you like some little punk that they can't touch because they will get in trouble with their parents.
Yeah.
And now they're looking at you like, oh no, this is dangerous because we really can't do anything to him, and he has a baseball bat. You know what I mean? Like you can see that behind their eyes, they realize the implications of you really not being touchable.
Yeah.
And they're kind of like backing off more than before they were kind of just like, we're going to turn and walk away. We're not going to put ourselves in danger. Like, we're not going to get in trouble because of this. And now they're like, we do not want this problem.
Yeah.
You can see them kind of backing away from you. Are you going to do anything? They're going to turn and leave and go into the service entrance of the dorm.
You say I'm untouchable. From today, that includes Farniel.
Theo's going to kind of like look over his shoulder at you and say, right. And turn and go through the door. Do you want to roll insight on that?
Yeah. 22.
There was a lot of derision in that. And a lot of anger. And you can tell that clearly a message has gotten across to him and them.
Yeah.
But that it's not over. You can tell from his voice that there is implications of whatever happened here right now.
Yeah.
Cool. Are you going to do anything after that specifically, or what's your...
Nah.
Okay.
I think he just lets them walk away.
So, they walk away. It's been about 2 months since this altercation with the three. So it's winter time again. Not nearly as cold as it was the prior winter, but still snow, that sort of situation. You are just now kind of getting back into the normalcy swing of things after the scandal of you threatening West Scallery School for Independent Big Boys students with a metal baseball bat. But we've all agreed pretty much that never happened, and that the slanderers who slandered you like that were just slandering, and that's all it was. I guess technically it would be libel, because slander is written. For the most part, that has happened. But because you were basically, your parents like pulled you out of school, you went and talked to them.
Yeah.
Like, Vahrae, what is this we've heard about? You threatening the little boys with baseball bats?
Yeah, it's true.
But, Vahrae, you can't do those sorts of things, you realize. I understand you have urges to kill and maim. She wouldn't say that. I understand you have urges, and you need to blow off steam, but you can't do things like that. I mean, the amount of money we're going to have to pay their parents to push it all under a rug.
Don't do that.
What are you talking about?
I don't want you to do that.
Oh, Tosh. We can't have you being seen as some sort of rapscallion. Freaking cracking myself up. You need to be able to represent the family. Why do you think we're spending all of this money to send you to this school in the first place?
I don't know. Why?
Now, Vahrae, don't talk to your mother in that manner. Look, we'll talk about this later. Now go to your room for now, and we'll be dealing with this problem.
Fine.
What would you like for dinner?
What? Food. I don't know.
He never answers our questions, and he's always so... Look what you've done now.
I
Go to your room, young man.
feel like he just kind of takes a deep breath and turns and walks away.
Cool. So you do that. That's so funny, because I didn't think that his parents would appear, and so I just did some stuff. So that happened. You had lots of conversation with your parents, and they basically told you that that never happened, and also the parents agree of the kids who were threatened. Also, that didn't happen. But all of the students know what happened.
Yeah,
and
and Vahrae doesn't deny it. Somebody asks him, he's like, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
What about it?
I think when that happens, the teachers will be like, Vahrae, we know what really happened, don't we?
Yeah, I threatened Theo and his...
Oh, come now. All right, let's have our lesson. That sort of thing. And that's going on. And so it takes a while for you to get integrated back into school, because you're not like a pariah, because kids are kind of some kids are like, I heard that you threatened your kids with baseball, Friggin' that guy is you're he's your biggest fan. There's some, and girls hear about it, and they're just when you go to parties and stuff, they're just like, he was a jerk, so I feel like it makes sense that you would do something like that. So just saying. And other girls are just like, he's so hot because he's violent, that sort of thing. But you definitely there's a good section of the populace that's like, I'm going to stay the heck away from this freaking guy.
Yeah.
And so you have a little bit of that. And when you and Farniel reunite, what does that feel like for you? Are you weird? Or are you just like, what?
I don't think he's weird. I think he's fully if you have a problem with it, you could deal with it with me.
I don't have a problem about it, but what was it about?
None of your business.
You're just going around threatening people with baseball bats?
Hey.
Baseball exists in this world now.
Yeah, it's just a bit of fun, innit?
He would look at you, kind of look down at you, because you're shorter than him. You roll an insight check on his look.
16.
He looks disappointed.
What?
What?
How's that look?
I don't know. Just thought you were different. I don't know why.
Thought I was different.
Yeah, from... Anyway.
From who?
Nobody. I gotta go to class.
Yeah, well, if you don't like who I am, you don't have to be around me.
He's gonna, he's got his hands in his pockets, and he takes something out of his pocket, like a balled up piece of paper, and looks at it. And then he throws it at your head.
He's gonna pick it up.
Do you let it hit you in the head?
I mean, I think that he would try to catch it.
Yeah, okay, roll. I see you're should I roll hand?
What?
Performance, I don't freaking know.
12?
I would say that it bounces off your head, but you catch it when it falls. Like you reach your hand up and it like kind of lands in your hand when it falls. And you're looking down at it. And he's going to look up at you, or you kind of look up at him to ask, what is this? And when you look up at him, he's smiling at you, kind of like a lopsided smile. And he says, it's paper. Never heard of it before. And then he just like turns and walks away.
I think that Vahrae rolls his eyes and he like uncrumples it. He reads it if there's anything on it.
It is paper.
Oh, there's
nothing on it. Yeah.
I think he's just like shakes his head and he just like drops it and walks away.
Or do you like avoid Farniel, or you kind of okay? Yeah, he doesn't really. After that conversation, he doesn't really avoid you either. Like he'll make a lot of jokes where you'll like raise your arm too quickly, and he's like, "Whoa, sorry, king of the school. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you."
King of the school.
Apparently,
that ain't true.
It ain't true.
What,
it's human slaying or something.
What, maybe I just want to be a little bit different, huh?
I think you're a little bit different. And a lot of what you do now, because you like would hang out in other places now, but people kind of, they don't give you a hard time, but before you could kind of pass through, people be like, yeah, time to go boy below the money. And now he's like, time to go boy who maybe friggin' terrifying. Yeah. Or hot. Everybody's got a take.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And Farniel like can't stand it. Like anytime he sees anybody looking at you, he rolls his eyes and is like, like.
It's not like I want to be seen.
Oh, don't be so visible then. It's
All
not
right.
like I want to be seen. And he's like mimes holding a baseball bat with someone.
He pushes him. He's like, shut
I'm
up.
a demure flower. I don't want to be seen. And he's gonna. So a lot of what you do is hanging out in your dorm room.
Yeah.
And you've been doing that a lot. But his roommate is always mysteriously not there when you come hang out. And you play like the violin. Like you'll be practicing violin, and Farniel will be like ears steaming, like homework focusing so hard on homework. But he's like, it's not like a interruption. He's just like, you're playing the violin and he's like hitting his head against a wall because he's taking like advanced placement calc 48, some stupid thing, and he's just like, logarithms, and you're like what's a logarithm? I only know freaking syncopated rhythm. Haha, music joke. Something that you have noticed though, go ahead and roll actually perception. Let me see if you noticed it. Go ahead and roll a disadvantage. Actually, you know what? Don't do jack. What's your perception roll?
15.
You haven't seen Farniel having gotten beat up.
Okay.
Like he's not had, he'll have like a scrape every once in a while from presumably life.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have, black eyes, bloody nose, loose tooth, that sort of thing is like the thing of the past. He has been sick quite a few times.
Okay.
But like other than that, there seems to be, it seems to have been basically you've achieved your goal.
Yeah.
That's what as far as that aspect is considered. So you're hanging out in your room, you're playing the violin, and Farniel is reclining on the floor with a textbook just on his head. Like he's like just open on his face, and he's lying on the ground with his arms out because he's like donezo.
What do you think you're gonna absorb it that way?
I can't do this. He's like he picks it up to look at it and then just puts it back down on his head. He's like,
stop. What have you been going out for? Like,
it's easy for you to say. Keep playing.
Thought you hated it.
It's fine. I hate this. What you're playing now.
Oh yeah.
But I know that's just because of, all the stuff you're doing.
All the stuff I'm doing.
Good roll insight.
18.
You know that he's talking about you want to expand your creative mind.
Yeah.
It used to be different. It used to be better, honestly, if I'm honest. You don't need any of this stuff. I'd rather hear you play.
You are hearing me play.
No, I'm not.
What do you mean you're not? It's me playing now, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's you physically playing, but it's not you.
What you on about, bruv?
It's that crap. What are you calling it again? My idea, which is why I'm asking you what you want to call it, is extra long weed. Lengthy weed.
Give me a second. What, you mean twist?
Oh, baby, twist?
Yeah.
Oh, snap. He's gonna say, I already told you, I think it's impressive that you could, I don't know, just breed some sort of super intensely strong psychedelic. We already talked about this. I guess I shouldn't be that impressed because you guys are like the plant people, but... And I get it, it's fun to see purple dragons or whatever, but I just don't think it improves your playing.
What would you know about it?
I don't know nothing. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. And he, picks up the stupid textbook and
What,
just,
bruv?
drops
Why
it.
are you yelling?
What?
Why are you so mad?
I'm not mad.
It's a blatant lie if I've ever heard one.
Blatant.
Blatant.
It's quite a long word for you, mate.
Quite a big word, huh? Sometimes I study every once in a while.
You know what I overheard?
What?
And he's gonna, sit up. When he sits up, he pushes himself up and he puts one hand on his side.
You're right.
Well, yeah, I'm fine.
Can he make a...
Insight check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unnatural 20.
His stomach has been hurting recently.
Okay.
Is something that you had noticed on a prior day when you were hanging out. So presumably it's the same. Or that's what's going on. You know what I overheard recently?
What's that?
One of the guys in my year said that you sold him some, and he's gonna lean forward and put kind of his hand on his chin.
What, you want some? He's gonna smile at him.
You told me you weren't gonna do that anymore. You don't need the money anyway.
Yeah, don't.
Is it just fun?
Don't keep it.
What, the money?
Yeah.
What do you do with it?
None of your business.
What's the point?
Why should I restrict it from others?
You want to expand their minds too or something?
Why not? I know you don't like my playing, but I play based off of experiences and emotions, and in the music you can hear what I'm saying, and you can hear what I must have been feeling. And I've seen everything I'm going to see now, so why not see a few things that maybe I wouldn't see ever without it?
You think you've seen everything you're going to see?
Right now, yeah. What, you think I could go anywhere?
It's not, but it's not. You don't get that. It's not you and what you're seeing in your emotions or whatever, your experiences. It's not like a more intense version. It's like nonsense.
Nonsense.
It has nothing to do with you.
It has everything to do with me. It's my experience.
Well, whatever. You play what you want. I'm just saying, I think it sounds bad.
Fine.
Fine. Besides, it doesn't make any sense that you would do that. You whine all the time about people treating you differently because you're disgustingly rich. Why don't you stop benefiting from it? If he just caught you doing that, do you know how quickly, if you weren't you, do you know how quickly you would be out of here? If I did that, you can get away with murder. You do like it.
I don't. I wish that I could get out of here. I wish that I would be kicked out.
Oh, that's what it's about. You're trying to or something? What a waste of effort. Want to try and, I don't know, learn something useful. Like calculus logarithmic functions. You know?
Can you explain something to me, bruv?
Probably not.
What, used up all your brain?
Yeah. What do you want me to explain to you? Hopefully not this.
Why do you care so much about me? What was about me that, you know, if that one kid in your grade that I sold this to, you don't care that he's doing it. You just care that I sold it to him. What's different about me and him?
He's gonna, like, sit back against the bed. I don't know. Thought we were friends.
We are.
Would you care if I was doing something stupid? Tell me to stop?
Yeah. You don't do stuff that's stupid.
You're right.
Well, that's not true.
What do I do that's stupid?
Let people stomp on you daily. Just take it. I think that's stupid.
People don't stomp on me daily.
They used to.
I can't do anything about it anyway. Could be worse anyway.
How's that?
I don't know. It was.
What's that supposed to mean? It was worse.
Roll an insight check.
19.
You can see when you say, what do you mean by that, he kind of realizes what he said, and he gets a little, he, like, backs off a little bit, gets a little, like, pink cheeks, like, gets embarrassed.
What do you mean about where you used to live?
What do you know about that?
Not much.
Good.
What, you think I'm gonna
I don't care what you
have
think.
some special opinion about it?
I don't care what your opinion is about it.
I don't have
I
one.
know everybody's opinion about it.
Yeah, you don't know mine because I don't have
I don't
one.
care about your opinion. I said.
Lower your volume. You're not gonna yell at me.
What are you going to do, huh? Hit me with a baseball bat? I'm not scared of you.
Good. Not trying to scare you.
You couldn't if you wanted to.
Good.
What if you think I'm so pathetic? Why don't you stop hanging out with me?
When I ever say you're pathetic?
You said I do stupid things. That stupid thing.
What? Didn't you just say the same about me, bruv?
It's different.
Is it?
Yeah.
Explain.
Because I care. I want you to stop. I tell you to stop. It's in your power. This isn't in my power. You can do something about stopping doing stupid things. I can't do anything about the way people interact with me.
I have trouble believing that.
But do you think I do it because I want it? You think I like it or something?
No. I think that you're not just being creative about your solutions.
Stay as uncreative as I possibly can. Like, I'm a senior. I've got a semester left. Are they going to kill me?
Worry about that sometimes.
What? Them killing me? It's not like that. I mean, they rough me up, but it's not... I'm not...
Sure. I'm going to ask you a question.
All right.
You've been taking care of yourself?
What are you talking about?
Been sick quite a lot.
Go to roll insight check.
Okay. 8.
He's looking at you like it's like a peculiar expression, in that it is kind of devoid of expression. And he's gonna say, "Maybe no. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me."
I think he's like just kind of staring at him. Kind of just stone face. He's like, "Of course I'm gonna worry about you."
It's fine.
So something.
No, there's nothing.
Why can't you be straight with me? You don't trust me or something?
No, it's not that I don't trust you.
And what is it?
I just haven't been to the infirmary for it. That's all.
What is it?
It's my stomach. It's fine.
Yeah, what is it?
It just hurts. It's fine.
Why haven't you gone to the infirmary?
I don't know. School and...
Don't give me bullshit answers.
I just haven't gone.
Alright, we're going now.
I don't have time.
Alright, tell me the real reason why you don't want to go.
I've got to finish this homework. I've got to go to the library. I have a math test tomorrow.
These are all bullshit reasons.
What are you going to do? Pick me up and drag me there?
Maybe. Just be straight with me.
I am being straight with you.
You've been sick quite a lot. Not doing anything about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
You win.
After this test is over.
You know, you were sick a couple months ago. And then a couple weeks after that. And then another week after that.
Maybe I'll die. And he's going to stand up and like starts putting his stuff in his bag.
You wouldn't do that to me.
When you say that, he's going to stop and like look over his shoulder at you, and he's making like the most surprised expression.
I think Vahrae kind of realizes what he said and then like puts a hand in his hair, and he's just like, whatever. Do what you want.
He's going to kind of turn back to putting the books in his bag, and he's kind of like chuckling to himself. And he's like, picks up his stuff, goes to leave, and he says, "See you at lunch tomorrow."
Yeah.
Yeah. Like duck his head out and leave.
I think Vahrae just kind of falls back onto his bed. He's just staring at the ceiling. He's like, sometimes I need to shut up.
So you see him leave. You hear his footsteps kind of walk away, and you're standing kind of, thinking about everything you have said. Your arms crossed. You're just kind of staring absent-mindedly at the desk. And windows are in front of the desk. And as you kind of like catches your eye that the snow started to fall again. And as you stare at the window, you watch the back of Farniel walk away off towards the library, presumably in that direction. And this guy, just the back of a guy walking in the winter, walking in the snow, could be anybody. You can't really even see the trees, any of the landscaping of the school because of the coat of snow.
Yeah.
And the like fog on the window, and now the snowflakes falling. It looks like just a sea of white, and it could be the only reason that you knew it was him is because you knew that he was leaving.
Yeah.
And you know where he's going. But it really could be anybody, just somebody's silhouette against the white. And somewhere else, in another time, there's another person walking alone in the winter. It's a little bit colder though. Prior year, probably. A lot more snow on the ground and a lot more snow falling. Luckily for this person, his race has an internal fire that helps keep him warm. It's not doing such a good job right now. Mm-hmm. Etheod's still pretty cold. You are walking in. You don't know where the heck you are. You're. I mean, unless you do and want to try and find out.
I mean, can I roll survival?
Yeah.
Cool. 9.
You know that your object is to walk north.
Okay.
Because that's, the Odazyr Clan is relatively southerly. And so you are trying to get, you've been exiled, so you're going in the direction of more things. And so that is the direction you imagine that you've been walking in. Mm-hmm. But it's been, you've been kind of bouncing around. It's been a few years since you've been exiled. So your old hat, to an extent, it is still war is happening. Mm-hmm. So you are making as wide a berth around any of that as you can. Which mostly consists of going to towns and then hearing them talk about a safe place that isn't involved, that sort of thing. Like trying to stay out of the areas where war is happening. Yeah. And you are walking in the snow. How long have you been walking for?
I would say maybe like 4 hours.
Where'd you come from?
I think he stopped in like a small, like it wasn't even a town. It was like a little village that it took him like maybe 30 minutes to walk through it. Mm-hmm. And I think that he stopped there and like just to warm up in a tavern. Like he didn't have any money, so he couldn't get anything. Yeah. And he's just like there standing in front of the fire until they told him basically he had to leave.
You had to leave, yeah. And so on he goes into the abyss of the white abyss. When you had stopped at this town to just get warm a little bit, it was mercifully this specific day seemed relatively clear. Mm-hmm. It was, bitter cold outside, but at least it wasn't snowing. Mm-hmm. And you had hoped that the next town that you know of, you have kind of like a rudimentary map that you're dealing with, like you ripped it out of a book in the library type of thing, is not so far away as you work your way north, and maybe they won't know your face and won't know that you're a thief and you can do your thing. Maybe it'll be bigger. There'll be more stuff to take. And you're like, okay, set out, got all my, many blankets, jackets, whatever I have on me, and you set out and you get about an hour away from the village and it is white. Yeah. There's nary a landmark in sight. Yeah. You do not see anything. And now not only that, but the sky is just white with snowfall. Mm. You don't even know, what time it is because you set it in the morning and now has to be later than that. Yeah. But if not for that piece of information, you would really be struggling to know what time it was. Yeah. What's your like state right now? Like what is mentally Etheod doing?
I think that he has come to terms with the fact that he's gonna die.
Oh yeah.
I think that he like started walking and then realized that it was getting more and more bleak, and then suddenly realized he didn't know what direction was back and what wasn't, and like if he was even still going straight. And I think that he like when he realized that, he stopped and kind of like looked around himself and like did kind of like a little circle and then started facing the direction the best he could that he was originally facing, and he just stared at the ground for a second and went, well, either I die standing here or I keep walking and then just die a little bit farther away. He's just walking. Like, I think that was his kind of realization moment. And then he's like, all right. And he just kept walking forward. He's like,
in the direction he was going originally? Okay. So as you walk in that direction, you can feel your feet trudging through the snow. Yeah. Go roll me a perception check.
9.
It's pretty, cold outside, or pretty low visibility as you're just kind of trudging through snow, arm up in front of your eyes. You hear from somewhere a dog barking. Like, whoa, whoa.
I think that he kind of like cocks his head to try and listen for it. But I think he's also trying to make sure that it is not a wild dog, like a freaking coyote or a wolf or something. So can he make a investigation check?
Yeah.
To make sure that he's like, this sounds like a tame animal. 9.
You're not, you don't have information about dogs. Like, you know what a dog bark sounds like, but discerning between a wolf and a dog's bark, you don't hear any howling, at least, but it's pretty unclear to you. The only thing you realize is that it is getting closer to you.
Okay. I think that he, it's like, I would rather freeze to death than get ripped apart. So he's gonna like keep walking forward, but I think with like a little bit more speed,
a little more gusto. The dog is gonna kind of like, you keep hearing like the sounds of approaching wildlife. It's kind of like like through the snow and like sniffing and barking and stuff. And you hear, do you want to stealth to see if you can get away from it, or are you just gonna hasten?
I think just hasten.
Okay. You hear like it approach you and basically is like behind you, like on you practically.
I think that Etheod has accepted his fate, and he stops and he turns around. He's just like, he like has his arms braced up in front of his face just in case.
And as you turn around, you see that it is a dog. Like it's got like pointy ears, kind of like scruffy looking, owned probably by someone who knows whatever.
Yeah.
And the dog is just like standing in front of you, kind of like sniffing at you, sniffing your feet. Like barking in your direction. And then it's gonna start kind of like, it like puts its paws up on your feet. It's kind of like like tongue lolling to its side, like looking at you.
Food. Look, I don't have any food. I would also be doing this if I was hungry, but I'm one, I am not a dog, and two, nobody would give it to me anyways.
The dog, as you kind of say these things, is like running around you. It kind of like does a little circle and then starts running back in the direction it came. And it runs for a little bit and it stops and looks back at you.
I think Etheod looks at it like confused, and then I think that his like eyebrows kind of unfurrow, and he's like, "You must live somewhere." Okay.
The dog kind of like goes back towards you a little bit and starts like barking at you. Do you start walking in this direction? It turns away and starts walking, like going in the direction that it came from.
Okay, I'm not that smart, but I am smart enough to know that maybe you don't want me. Maybe you're leading me to my death. You're
just following the dog. So as you follow the dog, it's relatively hilly terrain. Not super like, rocky, craggy where you were, but as you start moving in the direction, because you're at the base of a mountain, it starts getting increasingly, it's like rolling hills, and then all of a sudden it starts getting a little bit more jagged, so the dog has to like scrabble up a few like rocky whatever. And as you're kind of following it and climbing, go ahead and roll survival to see how well you're doing in the cold.
7.
You're definitely having trouble keeping up with this dog. Shaggy dog, but long-haired and also dog. Yeah. So a lot more like, I am a animal, you know, like I have to be resilient, as opposed to you who, I mean, you're resilient, but you're still following them. You can feel like the very tips of your fingers and your toes and stuff is like, you can't even feel it, and the rest of your hand is just ice. Like you're so cold.
I think that as he's like doing this, he's like, okay, you know what? If I lose him, I lose him. I wasn't going anywhere that I know of, so.
So as you follow dog, you're climbing up these rocks and mountains and stuff like that. You see in front of you what looks to be the opening to a cave. You've made it somewhat to the mountain face itself, and you see that the dog is walking in that direction.
Okay, I think he's like, you've got to be kidding me. if this is ever a trap, if you know what?
He's like,
just keeps going. Yeah, I think as he's walking towards it, he's just like, this cannot be real.
Mm-hmm.
A dog in the snow has led me to a cave that I'm not gonna die in.
You've been walking for about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's decently far away. Are you climbing up to so it's like, snow, ice, just dirt. As you like dig your fingers into the ice, it doesn't even really hurt anymore because you don't even really have hands. And as you climb up the side of this mountain, you can see the dog has stopped in front of it and is looking down and kind of like wagging its tail.
He gets up close to it.
As you come around the corner, you can see, that it becomes more clear to you that this is a cave. You turn and you look inside, and on the floor of the cave, you see a dead human. Okay. Completely now frosted over.
Uh-huh.
You don't know. You can do a check to see how long he has been there.
What, like a medicine check?
Yeah, we'll do that.
If that involves Etheod going up to the person,
he's
not gonna.
Okay, so all you see is this kind of dead person, fully encased in ice. And you see nearby kind of like the remains of small animals that are kind of frozen, half destroyed, half eaten probably, around him. And then you see the dog is like sitting at this person's feet, like looking down at him and then like looking up at you, just kind of like
oh god. Fuck. I can't do anything about that. You found the wrong person. I don't think anyone can do anything about that. I think he like walks a little bit more into the cave, but he's kind of keeping a wide berth around the body. And kind of like not really looking at it. I think he's more like just trying to look at the dog and not like pointedly not looking at the person. As
you walk around the outside of as you walk around kind of giving him a wide berth, like you said, you realize it's not like a cave that is sort of like an endless tube through this mountain. It's like an enclave. So you can see all of it from where you're looking. It's just kind of like a divot in the mountain face itself. And you said you're looking primarily at the dog?
Yeah.
Go to roll me an advantage perception check.
Nat 20.
You notice that the dog this whole time, its legs were buried in snow. So this isn't something you could tell. But you could tell when it was trying to get up the like harder, more challenging like elevation that it was having some trouble. You notice that the dog is not really bending its legs very much or easily.
I think that Etheod kind of like scrunches his eyebrows together and he sets his stuff down and kind of sits down next to it. And then I think that he's like, come here.
The dog, as it kind of like walks, because it's standing near where the person is. So, and is looking at you as you walk around, and then goes to looking back at the person, and then just kind of flops on its side.
Like, near me, or?
Not near you.
Oh, okay.
If you're far from the person, then not near you.
You're going to make me do this, huh? Okay. And he's gonna go up to the dog, but I think he's like fully like, there's not a person, they don't exist, and I'm not going to, oh god, he like glances at him. And I think that he reaches out a hand for the dog to sniff. And he's just very like, are we cool?
The dog kind of throws its head back to sniff your hand. You can tell with your nat 20 that the dog is absolutely like freezing and exhausted, and so is really only going to be able to do that. But as you reach your hand out, he sniffs your hand and he starts like licking it like crazy.
Okay, cool. I think that means that you like me. So I'm going to touch your back legs. I know that. I mean, I don't want to be touched either. So I get it, but you it seems to. I don't really know what I will do about it. I guess I'll just know what's wrong with you, and then we'll both know. At least you won't be alone in knowing what is wrong. Okay. He's just gonna kneel down and, like, kind of, like, look at his legs to see if there's, like, any cuts or any, like, things sticking out weird.
Yeah, as you inspect them, you can feel that they are, like, absolutely ice, like, just so frozen and cold, and that it's, like, the joints and stuff are really stiff, and that there's snow and ice crystals, like, dangling off of the fur. So, presumably, dog is just really cold.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's... Actually, surprisingly, I know that you'll find this funny. I can do something about that, I think. First, and I think he's gonna, like, take the ice cream, like, he's just gonna try to, like, comb them out of his hair or with his fingers. And then I think that he's gonna be like, okay, I know that this... Oh, I'm going to move you because I cannot... no. So he's going to try to pick the dog up.
Good roll, animal handling.
Okay. 10.
The dog is going to kind of, like, yelp when you go to do that and wiggle around a little bit.
I think that he's just like, I know, it's okay. It's okay. And he's going to try to keep picking him up.
Okay. So you go to, like, keep picking him up. The dog really can't do a whole lot about it, and is just kind of wiggling in your grip. Like, he's not, like, aggressive or attacking you. He's just kind of wiggling around, like, dogs that are, like, slightly bigger than tiny don't like getting picked up. So you can kind of get the sense of that. And you're going to pick him up and try and, like, move him somewhere?
Yeah, he's going to take him over to where he put his bag, and, like, sit down with the dog in his lap and take a blanket out of the backpack and wrap it around them. Okay,
so you're going to sit down on the ground. You take the blanket out of your bag. Are you holding the dog still, or are you, like, dog is next to you and then the blanket?
I think holding the dog still.
Okay, so you kind of sit down with him in your lap.
Yeah.
And then when the dog feels, like, the warmth that you have, like, your core is still warm, and the warmth that's generating, you hear him kind of, like, start, like, panting and, like, making adorable little, like puppy noises. And you can see, like, his breath is making, like, plumes of steam. And he's kind of, like, snuggling into you.
I think that Etheod is, like, he was very stiff beforehand. And I think as the dog is, like, snuggling into him, and he's also kind of getting a little bit more warm because he's got stuff around him. He's like, okay, maybe this is nice. Maybe. Okay. And he's gonna, like, kind of put his pack, like, lay it down on the ground and, like, put his head on it and lay down, but still, like, has his arms wrapped around the dog.
Are you just gonna maybe, like, wait out the blizzard?
Yeah,
or... Okay, cool. So are you gonna sleep at all, or just...
I think he's gonna try to.
Okay.
But I think right now he's just, like, enjoying the warmth.
Do you want to roll something for that? Like, if you are intending to sleep, I'll have you roll, like, I guess that would be survival related, so I'll have you roll survival to see if you can fall asleep.
6.
You are even though you are now warmer, you are still cold and stiff.
Yeah.
And it's, like, kind of like you'll get, like, part of the way there, and then some like strong unpleasant sensation will kind of pull you out of it. Like, you'll be like, oh my gosh, my feet are so cold, you know, and you're like, I'm awake, like, over and over again. And then just the sort of, there's that component to it, and then there's just the inescapable knowledge that there is a dead body spitting distance from you, that is kind of, like, working its way into your subconscious. And, general, like, you're in a cave. It's not like a cave, like, eternal cavernous monsters live in it cave, but it's definitely not a house. It's not like residential. If something happens to you, no one's gonna know. Something already happened to this person, and that's all kind of like weaving its way into your brain.
Mm-hmm. I think that as he is thinking about that, he kind of like buries his face into the back of the dog's neck, like into the fur, to just try and like focus on that.
When the dog feels that, he licks your cheek.
Don't do that.
He does it again, just to spite you. And it's like warm.
Yeah.
It's dog, so it's gross, but it's like warm. Like stinky dog breath, but like it gets the job done. The blizzard doesn't go away for hours. It's like let's say you left out at like 9, because it would be a little bit warmer. Like you would leave earlier than that. It doesn't really go away. You have no idea how long it's been.
Yeah.
But you can tell, the only indication that now it's going away is when finally it stops being like the sky is only snow, like the amount of sky that you can see from your vantage point. It goes to being, there is like a light darkness that is kind of punctuated by snowflakes.
Yeah.
The snow has risen a lot, obviously, blizzard. But the only thing about all of that is that you can even hear the dog's stomach growling. Like, you can hear, and you can go ahead and roll a constitution check.
6.
You can feel part of the component of your kind of general unsettledness with the entire situation is a weakening grip on reality, as you can feel, you didn't eat that morning, you've been walking all day, you've been freezing, and so the lizard brain of you is very much kind of trying to push you to go in search of food. It starts being something that is kind of unescapable to you.
I think he will like get up and kind of like pat the dog on the head. He's just like, I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. Sometimes I would kill squirrels and fish back home. Well, okay. And he's gonna like kind of wrap the blanket around the dog, and he's gonna be like, stay.
The moment you get up, the dog gets up too.
Lay down. Lay down. Down.
He's like shakes off the blanket.
Okay, fuck
Good
it.
roll in animal handling.
Okay. 4.
The dog, as you say, stay, lie down. The dog starts doing figure 8s around your legs.
This is a different trick, I think, but you know...
I didn't say figure 8s around the legs.
Fuck it, dude, you could come. Maybe you will be a better hunter than I am.
When you say that, the dog starts walking out of the cave.
Alright, so you do understand me. You just choose what to listen to.
The dog is out of sight.
Alright, well, he's gonna keep going for it.
Cool. So you climb out of the cave, and you're doing just fine. And the dog, you're not doing just fine. Mr. Darkside. The dog is kind of like shaking, like, shiver, like waking up, doing some stretches and stuff. And then just starts like kind of sniffing the ground. And kind of just starts, it looks like going, like it's kind of like idling near you, like just sniffing around where you are.
Well, if you're going to come, you need to help. You can smell stuff, I guess. Do that. And he's like looking around to try and see if he sees any kind of movement anywhere.
Good roll animal handling.
12.
How are you trying to communicate to the dog that you want him to smell food out for you?
I think that Etheod kind of like squats down, like lowers himself. I think mainly because he's like, I don't want any prey to just be like, oh, there's a big creature, let me hide. And so I think that he squats down, but he's like right next to the dog, and I think that he's like very kind of like surveying the land. And I think that the dog kind of sees him and is like, ooh,
what's going on?
Yeah.
So as you kind of do that, I mean, dog's instinct is to find food. Dog is hungry also. So as you kind of get low to the ground, you can see it kind of like sniffing around, sniffing in the air. And then it will start, it kind of turns and starts walking off in a direction. It turns back, kind of like looks at you and walks over to you and then walks back to where it was, like doing just that.
Listen, I get that you're smarter than me. Let's go. He's gonna follow.
So, you follow the dog, and as you follow the dog, it's not blizzarding, but now you're not snuggled warm under a blanket.
Yeah.
Now you're walking around, it is windy, and it is getting dark, so it's getting colder again. And as you kind of walk around, you can feel yourself kind of, before you were very focused on the task at hand. Now you're focused on standing and staying upright, focused on being like, before I was there, I was just uncomfortable. Now I'm sort of not uncomfortable because I'm not able to experience what that is.
Yeah.
And you're kind of like swaying side to side a little bit. And you are being kind of, it seems to you, even though this is tricky for you to really piece together, like you're sort of following the dog to no really avail. Like the dog seems to be kind of just picking directions at random that it is interested in. Every once in a while you will hear an animal make a noise, and then the dog, like had scared it off or something like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't really seem like you're making any progress.
Okay. I think that Etheod is like, okay, look, I'm going to take over it from here because, I don't know, the people brain versus animal. I'm hungry. And he's gonna try and like listen around him to see if he can hear any kind of scrabbling or any kind of whatever, and he's gonna like pick up a stone off of the ground very like gently and just have it in his hands.
Okay, I'm gonna roll something real quick. Okay, good. Roll a perception check.
11.
You see around you. You don't see around you. You hear kind of like general wildlife noises, but not really a lot because of how cold it is outside. Presumably things are hunkering down. Other than the dog. And it sort of occurs to you that you have a map still. And if you can find out where you are, it might be your best bet to go to somewhere that you know where it is. Like a town with food that is for sure there.
Okay. When he left the cavern, he took his stuff with him because he was like, if I can't find this place again, I'm losing all my crap. And he is going to take the map out and he's going to look at it. He's going to try to see if there's any kind of cave marked on it. Or like any kind of like that being used as like a landmark.
You see that there is a cave. It looks to be about a 30-minute walk that is, well, I mean, it's 30 minutes away. I was going to say relatively nearby. So it's 30 minutes away, and it's in the direction of where you were going, so due north. There is also a town. The town that you were originally going to, you are about halfway there now. So that's it would be 2 hours to get to a town that you are reasonably sure exists and should be there, versus a cave with no promise of food.
Yeah.
But you can for sure get there.
Yeah. He was using mostly the cave as like okay, so this is where I am. This is...
Oh, I see. The cave that you were in?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That cave is about an hour away from where you were. So you'd be like cave hopping to an extent. Well, I don't think that original cave wouldn't be on the map.
Okay.
If you're looking for a landmark,
Yes.
it couldn't be that.
Okay.
It would have. I mean, you're near a mountain, so you can use that as the landmark.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's like, I don't know what mountain I'm on, what ridge, where am I, who knows?
Well, you know also the prior town that you were in.
Yeah.
So you can, based on those two pieces of information.
Okay, I think that he will keep going, he's gonna go north, and he's just like, if I just keep walking this way, eventually I will.
So you start walking in the direction of the town. And as you're walking there, go ahead, roll a survival check.
7.
You are feeling it, Mr. Krabs. You feel better though because you're going somewhere. And as the dog has got like a second wind and is clearly like fine. Yeah. So you have that kind of pulling you forward, and it's you and the dog against the world walking that direction. It's still bitter cold, but you're hanging on. And as you kind of go in that direction, it takes you a little longer because you don't know exactly where you are. So you're trying to kind of, you like referencing the map, like triangulate yourself based on where you think you are, until you get to a point. You find like a frozen stream that is usually like a huge, beautiful, flowing stream, and is now just like a frozen chunk of ice in the ground.
Yeah.
Barely discernible from the rest of the snow. And the dog takes off.
Okay.
Just fully takes off and is barking and running and away from you.
Yeah, I mean, Etheod's gonna chase after the dog.
Okay, so as you chase after the dog, you come over a little like hill ridge, and you see in front of you, it is now properly dark, the glowing light of a town.
Etheod's he's like, I don't care if you follow me. He's gonna, like, run towards it.
Okay, so you guys are both taking off in the direction of town. You can hear your heartbeat in your ears. You're just like freaking food, like rabid dog energy. The dog's kind of like chasing after, but eventually you're much big. You overtake the dog, who's like, like jaws slapping together. You run that direction. As the town gets bigger, you recognize the name from the map. So it is the town that you had intended to get to originally. Okay. And as it kind of comes further and further into view, you can see it's surrounded by a stone walls that are fully slick, covered with snow. There's a big gate that you're presumably running towards. And just like many houses sleeping. It's like a town is pretty generous. It's pretty small in the walk through you in 30 minutes type situation, but it had promises of being slightly more metropolitan. So more like the other place was like some huts, with like the inn. This place has like lights. There's a big bonfire in the middle of it, all that type of stuff.
Cool. He immediately goes up to the bonfire and sticks his hands out, and he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so as you and the dog both kind of run up there, and the dog is kind of like, when you go to stand in front of it and put your hands out, the dog is like warming itself near it, kind of doing the like, ow, this is really hot. Okay, I'm really cold. It's really hot, doing one of those. And you can see there's a freaking nobody around. Yeah. It is a ghost town, pretty much. All you can tell that there are people around. I mean, you can hear people in their houses. Yeah. And you can hear like every once in a while, like laugh from indoors. And there's like candles in the window, and there's fire. You can see chimney smoke and all that good stuff.
Cool. He is going to find a tavern or like an inn, so that he can at least be inside somewhere for however long they let him stay there.
So you're near the bonfire, so right near to there, you like cursory glance around, you'll see that there is a like big stone and wood built tavern called the
Small Trout.
The Small Trout. I love that. So it's an ironically named tavern. It's like palatial. It's not like that big, but for the size of the town.
Yeah.
And what does Etheod think of the name The Small Trout?
I think that he doesn't really get it because he's still learning Common.
Oh, that's cute. So you walk in that direction. What is your disguise looking like right now? Presumably you're not walking around as a tiefling.
No.
What are you aiming for?
I think that he's trying to look like a elf. Because he has his, pointy ears, and he's like, well, I could use that, and okay.
Presumably not a high elf.
No.
Yeah.
He's just I think he's trying to look like a drow elf. He knows that they are relatively rare, so I feel like he's like, okay. I think that he read a book on races, and he was just like,
what is the one that I would look the most like?
What is the one I would look the most like? And also, what is the one that people don't really see that often? Like secluded culture and all that. And he's like, well, drows, they live underground, so why would people see him that often? Maybe I'm very wrong.
Okay.
And there a lot of them.
All over
Maybe
the place.
this town is a drow elf town.
Good, roll your disguise thingy with advantage.
19.
Okay, cool. You look pretty convincingly like a drow, and also nobody's really probably seen him,
Yeah.
So lay up on that
Yeah.
part. You'd be like, I'm a drow elf, and they'll be like, cool, what? Sick. I've never seen one of you before. So that's what you're looking like as you go into this tavern, Small Trout. And you kind of curl your fingers around the door handle, and as you kind of like go to open the door, it fully doesn't open. It just like the door is frozen to the frame, and you have to
shove his shoulder,
yank on it. Yeah,
I feel like he does that, and he kind of stumbles in when it suddenly opens.
Yeah, and you can feel the snow that was around the whatever fall onto your shoulders, and the dog kind of follows in behind you.
Okay. I think that he looks up to see if there's anybody in there before closing the door.
As you do that, the tavern owner is gonna look at you, or a tavern worker, someone there is gonna look at you and say, dog can't come in here.
Okay.
Okay. And he's gonna kind of look at you and be like, then get it out.
Okay. Come here. And he's gonna pat his legs and all that. Does it come over?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think that he takes the back end of it and pushes it out the door, and he's like, I'm sorry. And kind of just pushes it out and then closes the door. And
when you do that, you can feel the dog is unwilling, but then it's like, oh, we're going outside, and then goes. And so then when you shut the door, you can hear its little feet kind of pad back up against the door and stand outside. It's sit outside of it.
I think he's like, okay, there's a bonfire outside. He can sleep next to that, and it will be fine. I'm not a bad person.
And the dog starts licking the window glass of the door.
Okay. Yeah, I think Etheod turns away. He's like, I can't.
You're walking back in. So you walk inside. What are you gonna do? This is what you see. This is there's a room it's a big room. There's kind of a counter, bar, food, alcohol type situation area. And then a central kind of hallway off of this room. And then on the other side of that is a desk that you would maybe assume is a intake for, people who wanted to stay. It's an inn type situation. So what is your trajectory? There's a fire as well, big old fireplace situation. And there is a few people that are there eating. Someone in the corner kind of looking like you should have been cut off years ago type situation. So that's what you see.
I think that he kind of takes it all in. He's like, okay. And I think he's gonna walk up to the owner and just be like, and I think that his common is pretty broken because he's still he didn't have to use it ever in the Odazyr Clan. So I think that he's like, room, how much?
He's gonna kind of like look at you, and he's kind of like looking around. He's gonna lean down, and he's gonna say, "Nothing for you." He's gonna put a hand on your shoulder.
Etheod's gonna like stand up straight so that his hand can't like make contact with his shoulder.
It kind of like passes, and he kind of ends up just putting it down on the countertop.
I think that Etheod kind of looks at him. And he's like,
he's gonna like look outside, like look out the window and like see there's still like little snow falling. Do you look too, or do you? Okay, you can see the dog is still licking the window glass. And he's gonna look back at you and say, "It's freezing out there. You all alone?"
One more time.
He's gonna kind of like look at you. Go ahead, roll a perception check.
8.
He's looking at you in a way that indicates to you that something is wrong. And he's going to turn around and grab a key off the wall. And he's going to hand it to you. It's like a big like iron key, whatever. And it's got a little twine thing and then a little paper tag on it that says A3. And hand that to you and then say, "It's around the corner down the hall on the right." He points in that direction, and he's kind of looking at you like, "Do you understand?" You know, doing one of those.
I think that Etheod looks at his hand, and he's just like, slowly nods.
And the guy is gonna stick his hand out, point to the tables that are in front of him, and he's gonna say, "Have a seat. I'll bring you something. Eat food. And he's going to point it at the table again.
Okay.
And he's going to kind of roll his eyes and walk away.
Like Etheod's like,
what? Yeah, very much in the manner of someone who's like, "Oh my gosh, I don't have time to deal with you," even though he does. Infinite time.
Yeah.
And he's going to, like, are you going to go sit down?
Yeah.
Cool. So you go sit down, and it's like a kind of like a cornery table he was pointing to. So you go sit down there, and go ahead from where you're sitting, roll a perception check.
Okay. 9.
You are pretty far away from this. You kind of passed it as you came in, but you're kind of taking everything in. You can hear soft laughter from the, like, one of the farther away booth tables. So it's booth, so it's kind of hard to see from where you are. And the back of a small human, presumably, that is clearly the situation is that a small human is sitting on the shoulders of a much larger human.
Yeah.
In the booth, and you can hear kind of soft chatting over from that direction.
Okay. I think that he sees it and he's just like, okay. Like, that's dangerous. And then like goes and sits down.
So you kind of sit there and you just waiting for whatever to happen.
Yeah, I think he's like, I don't know why this is happening to me.
Yeah.
This is never, I have always been asked to leave. I know the words, get out and leave or bye.
Eventually the guy returns and he's got a bowl of gruel, what, beans, like the cheapest thing he could put on a top of a fire. And he kind of like slaps it down next to you with a spoon and like pats his stomach and like nods his head and walks away, like goes to walk away.
Yeah. I think that he's like trying to say something and he's like, no money.
He's gonna roll his eyes, gonna kind of like lean towards you and say, "Free."
Why?
You cold child. Me nice. And like, doing one of those.
I think
nice, charismatic humanitarian. Big fan of life and not freezing to death.
I think Etheod smiles a little bit because he's just like, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, he smiles at you like when you smile like at an animal, like with nothing. He's just like, and then like turns and goes and leaves.
I think he's slamming it. Yeah.
Like getting everywhere. As you are slamming it, you can feel it is so hot. Mm-hmm. You like take a bite and it burns you, and you're like, just what I wanted. Like hot tiefling insides need fuel. It's like a freaking like it feels like it is entering from your stomach into your veins and like going out and warming up every part of you.
Yeah.
And you can feel your face is sweating in the bowl because it's so hot and it's like condensation.
Yeah.
And it's not like, there's a lot of it. You're a big guy. He's not, skimping on the cheap beans that he's going to feed you. You're absolutely annihilating this. And you get finished with scraping the bowl. Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a perception check real quick.
19. As
you pick this bowl up and start like upending it into the air, scraping it with your spoon, like licking it, like no regard for what you must look like. You notice as you pick it up and open your mouth to like get the last little drop that someone in the booth is leaning out and looking at you.
I think that he sees that and he puts the bowl down and he looks away and just kind of like scoots further into the booth. Yeah.
You're at like a table.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As you look away, that's where they can kind of see you at an angle. As you go to look away, you see that she also kind of like sneaks back into the booth.
Okay. I think that he like waits a little bit, like waits a beat to be like, okay, and then just like sticks his hand in the bowl to like get more of whatever is like licking his fingers.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll another perception check.
10.
You put you get your fingers in there, you kind of bring the bowl up to your mouth so you can kind of like scrape it with your fingers and like get every ounce like with the bowl pressed against your mouth. And as you unbowl your face, you look up and you're looking at the woman.
I think he just like looks up at her, terrified.
You look hungry, so me and my family were wondering if you wanted to eat with us.
Eat.
With us. She's like doing hand motions, is trying to communicate. Together. And she's gonna like kind of like wave her arm over and like kind of like show you what she means. And you can see as you look around, man with child on shoulders has turned around and is like waving at you.
I think he does like a really shy wave back, and I think that he looks at the girl and he's like, no money.
Oh, right, yeah. So we can eat together. We have a little too much, so
can't pay.
Oh, it's free. She like puts her hands up to like show you that.
Free. Okay. I think that he like kind of ducks his head down and like stands up, and he's not really like looking at her. Mm-hmm. Because I think he also is like, I'm not allowed to talk to her.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Not sure why the husband isn't up in arms. So as you kind of walk over and it comes more into view, you see that it is 5 people and they are very crammed into this booth, which means you two must be.
Yeah. They're all humans?
Yeah, they're all humans. It's a man, little girl on his shoulders, and then 2 boys and the mom.
Okay.
That's 5. Yeah, okay, that's 5. And it's 2 boys, mom, and then man with girl on his shoulders, and that's like the space there. He's a large man. Okay. Like not like just big, tall, all that good stuff. And then they have next to him a pile of winter coats. Just like a human-sized pile of winter coats, and then a sliver for your bony butt to like kind of sit on. Yeah. And as you walk around, they kind of like all look at you kind of smiling. The boys look a little more like, because they're pretty young and they're like, what the heck is that? That sort of thing.
I think that he kind of, like, he's not looking at any of them. He's just, like, staring at the table.
Mm-hmm. And so you sit down with them, and you can hear the mom be like, yeah, he seems really nice. He doesn't speak a whole lot of common, so I don't know if we're going to be able to talk, but he looks pretty hungry. And she's going to, like, pat her stomach and, like, nod her head.
He's going to, like, kind of nod his head, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And she's going to, there's, like, as you kind of, like, sit down, you look down at the table, you're really focused on them. All of a sudden you see bread. You see butter. Mm-hmm. You see some red stuff. It looks like it's like glistening in the light, and it looks like you have no idea what that must be.
He's gonna like kind of slowly pick up is it in like a little bowl or something? Like a little Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think he like slowly picks it up. I think he's being super cautious. Like he's waiting to hear somebody tell him no or to stop or whatever, and he smells it.
Mm-hmm. As you smell it, you see the like boys and mom kind of start like giggling.
He immediately puts it down.
And she's like, "Oh no, that's okay. It's jelly." And she's gonna like put some on a piece of bread and hand it to you.
Jelly.
Try it.
He's gonna take a bite. I think that he takes a bite and his eyes get kind of wide, and he's like, he doesn't even chew. He's just like holding it in his mouth, and he's just like, jelly.
It's pretty good, right? One of the boys like says to you and like grabs some bread and puts some butter and jelly on it.
Together, both.
Yeah, you weirdo. Of course, yeah. You've never had this before. Like the boys are kind of like whatever, and the mom is just like, now don't say that to our guest. You know, having that kind of conversation. Yeah.
I think that he like puts some of both on a piece of bread and takes another bite, and he's like, oh, and just like starts demolishing it.
Mm-hmm. And the dad's, you kind of can't really get a read on him because he's next to you, but you can hear him kind of say, he's like looking at the go ahead, roll a perception check.
Okay. 8.
You're really focused on what you're doing, but you hear in a stern tone something from the woman in front of you. You're not sure what she said.
Okay. He's gonna look up and freeze because he's like, is that directed towards me?
What? Oh, no, you're fine, honey. Keep eating. He's fine. And she's gonna look up at the man who has the girl on his shoulders.
I think that Etheod's gonna kind of like very sheepishly look up at him.
And the man is kind of looking back at you. He has like kind of like a tight smile. That you can roll a perception. We'll do insight.
Okay. 9.
You're not really used to human culture at all. And you didn't even know you were here, really. You were like, you knew that you were in the Toadsfroth clan, but you don't always encounter humans. And so this face that he's making, I mean, it looks like a smile, so presumably things are okay, at least, you know. It looks a little hanky to you, but whatever.
Yeah.
And he's going to kind of like nod at you and like gesture like you can keep eating.
Etheod's gonna like sort of nod his head and like go back to just fully. He's like, okay, I'm so hungry.
You can hear kind of conversation around you. You're really enjoying the bread. And then eventually bread time is over, and then it's time for meat. And they put down like a roast like hog. You don't know what it is. Like it's just meat and it's steaming, and a bowl of mashed potatoes and a bowl of gravy, like stuff. Like it's like they put down the pig and you're like, oh my gosh, wow, this is dinner. And then they put down the gravy and you're like, I don't know what the heck that is, but I bet it smells great. And they put down the mashed potatoes and you're like, what hold on
there's too much
what
going
are you talking about? And they put down like a big like plate of like steamed vegetables, like all of this stuff, and you're just like like
being hit left and right.
And the mom is looking at you, and go ahead, like as you do this, what are you feeling right now when you see all of this food?
So overwhelmed, like cooked food, cooked vegetables, and cooked meat that's not like a tiny squirrel roasted on a fire pit. And also, it smells good, and it smells more just like charcoal. It smells like
someone cared about it.
Yeah. And I think that he doesn't realize it, but he's like crying. Like there's tears, they're like dripping off of his chin and all that. And I think that he's so overwhelmed by everything that he's seeing and like the smells and the tastes and all that he is not even aware that he is doing that.
As you kind of stare at everything, would roll a disadvantage perception check.
3.
You are aware that people are speaking around you.
Yeah.
As you in slow motion go to reach for whatever.
Yeah.
Your hand is reaching out in that direction, and all of a sudden you feel on your arm it be swallowed by the hand of a large man as he grabs your wrist.
I think Etheod stiffens like crazy and his like hand kind of like splays out to show that he's like not trying to grab for anything. And he like looks up.
The hand opens and the man is got like one eye open, one eye shut, and kind of like head points with his head in the direction of his wife and 2 sons on the other opposite side of the table.
I think that Ethiod's shaking because the guy like grabbed him all of a sudden. And he slowly looks at the 2 boys and the lady.
As you look over to them, you notice that the man kind of moves slightly, just like a little bit.
Yeah.
And as you open your eyes, you see that their heads are down and their eyes are shut. And the mom is saying something quietly.
I think that Etheod just kind of leans back and just puts his hands in his lap and just sits there. I think that he's like, I don't know what is happening, and I'm not going to reach for any more food until somebody gives it to me. I don't know.
And as you kind of sit there and wait, eventually they look up, and the mom says, "Oh, sweetheart." And she's going to kind of like reach out for your, like in your direction, kind of amorphously. Yeah. Like trajectory is like wipe the tear from your cheek type thing.
Etheod reels his head back and like presses his back up against the like chair of the booth, like the back of the booth.
When you do that, it's kind of like a sudden movement. Dad is going to say, "I don't know about this." He's a little unpredictable. And the wife is going to say, "He's just excited about food." It's fine. All right, let's dig in. And she's going to like start putting stuff on her plate. And she's going to like indicate to you that it's okay to do that as well.
Eat now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dig in.
Dig in.
And she's going to like smile sweetly at you. Do you just gorge yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Food? They don't seem perturbed by that at all.
Yeah.
And they're eating like weirdly none to you. Like the mom has like a helping of everything and is like, "I'm stuffed." And the little boys or whatever, they eat like 2 French fries and they're done. That type of thing. The dad's keeping pace with you for a while. And then the little girl's like feeding her on top of his shoulders. And as this is going on, the dad's gonna look at you and be like, "So where do you come from, son? What's your name?"
I think that Etheod like kind of shrinks down and looks up at him. He's like, "One more time."
Name. What's your name?
My name. Etheod.
Etheod. Well, that's not from around. What are you, I mean, obviously you're not from around these parts, and all the kids are, like, making fun of him, like, laughing.
Yeah.
What are you, like, a elf? Dark elf or something?
Elf.
What are you doing out here? Especially in the middle of the night.
Night. Me doing here. here. S- sorry. Sleep. I want sleep. Food and warm.
Well, where are your parents, sweetheart? Your mom and dad?
Don't have.
She's gonna kind of like look sadly down and say, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, she's gonna like look over at her boys who are kind of like sleeping on top of each other, and the little girl's asleep on her dad's shoulders. Say, I think we're gonna turn in now. We're gonna go to sleep. So you can go ahead, finish up here, and
keep eating.
Yeah, kiddo, yeah.
Kiddo.
Yeah. You can keep eating, all right?
Okay.
We're gonna go to sleep, and she's like pointing around the corner to where the rooms are. And she's gonna the kids, she's gonna like start like waking them up, scooting them out of the booth. And the dad's gonna kind of look at you and be like, I can't get by, whatever.
I think Etheod's like, and like gets up and stands next to the table.
And they're gonna kind of like walk out of the booth. And the kids just, they've been like kind of annoying each other. You couldn't really understand them because they're not really trying to let you understand. So they're kind of like talking, like pointing at you, laughing, talking, the mom like kicking them under the table and stuff. And you're like, I'm hungry. I don't care.
I don't know what you're saying.
And the little girl is fully like drooling on her dad's hair. And he's like, well, that's unfortunate. He like takes her off his shoulders and holds her in his arms and kisses her forehead. And she kind of like coos at him. And the mom takes the hands of the boys. And as one of the boys gets down from the booth, his hand hooks around one of the glasses, and it falls to the ground and shatters.
Okay. Etheod hears that, and his eyes go wide, and he puts his hands over his ears and like crouches on the ground.
Are your eyes shut?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't hear anything or see anything that is going on for a little while as you do that. Then eventually you feel on the back of your hand a small hand.
He like flinches and opens his eyes to look at whoever's touching him.
And you see the mom is like got her hand on your hand. She kind of pulls her hand away and she's like, "It's all right, sweetheart. Don't be scared. Just some broken glass. Just be careful, all right? I don't want you hurting yourself."
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. It was this one, and she kind of like hip checks his shoulder, and he kind of like bounces off of her and takes his hands and like pushes into her side. And she's like, "All right, getting ornery because we're sleepy. Let's go to bed." Like wrestles him up.
Yeah.
And she kind of like bids you good night, and the dad kind of like follows, and the two boys, as they're kind of like, being a little sleepy rowdy behind her, she's got both of their hands and she's holding them, and as she goes to get up, she kisses the back of both of their hands and starts walking off in the direction of their room.
I think Etheod kind of watches them and then sits back in the booth and just completely finishes
every single. You're vaguely aware of someone coming to clean up the glass who like tries to communicate with you, and you look up at them like a sausage links like hanging out of your mouth, and they're like, forget about it. You finish that. Do you do anything before you go to sleep?
I think that there's like probably one serving left of food that he's of something. I like leftover meat or whatever, like a remaining piece of bread, and I think he's like going to go eat it, and then I think that he thinks about the dog outside, I think he's gonna look around to like see if there's anybody watching him. 15 perception.
The tavern owner is still there, like cleaning stuff up and stuff.
Yeah, but is he like specifically watching Etheod?
No, he's just doing crap.
Etheod is going to like take the stuff in his hand, like just his bare hands. He has on like a wimpy jacket, and he's just gonna like kind of hold the like food that he's carrying like under the jacket because he doesn't want the guy to get mad at him.
Yeah.
And he's gonna go outside to the front.
So as you walk outside to the front, you realize that the snow it's kind of picked up again. The bonfire that was pretty significant before is now kind of just like it's being pelted by snow and water. It's kind of just like embers at this point. There's like a little bit of a flame. And as you open the door and you see that, you look down and the dog is laying on its side. It kind of like perks its ears up and looks at you as you open the door.
I think that Etheod puts the food down, like in front of the dog. And I think that he takes one of the blankets out of his pack and like puts it on the dog. And he's like, I can't do more than that. Good luck. And then he goes back inside.
The dog just starts, it's like the moment you do that, dog just starts slamming the food. He's like laying down while he does it. You go back inside, you go to your room, presumably. You fall asleep, and there's a fireplace in the room. Oh my goodness. Warm room, warm bed, like a bed that you sleep in, and you're full of the most delicious food that you can remember eating recently. You know, you lie down, you stretch out. It's a bed that's almost big enough for you, like so close, but you'll take it, you know, that type of thing. You snuggle into like the most beautiful, it's like a threadbare blanket, but it's so lovely. And you fall just a stupid amount of asleep. Like ridiculously asleep. You wake up in a stupor 1,000 years later. Do you dream at all?
I don't think so. I think that if he does, he doesn't remember it.
You wake up, leave your room. The tavern owner has like a conversation with you that you don't really understand, and holds his hand out for the key. You give it to him. Is there anything you want to do before you head back out into the snow?
I don't think so.
You open the door, and it stops as you push the door open.
Like there's something in front of it? Okay.
Do you push
I
keep
think
pushing
he's like trying to force it open.
As you try and force it open, you can feel it's like going over snow and stuff like that, but you can push it over that. You can't push it over whatever it's stopping in front of.
Okay, he's gonna like shimmy out enough of... Is it like open enough that he can kind of like squeeze through it?
Yeah, you can squeeze like through the like... It's like a foot.
Yeah, he's gonna do that.
You squeeze through it, kind of sneak your body through it, and you look down to see what's there, and it's the dog.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Ethiod's gonna check.
You kind of kneel down, and you don't see its chest rising and falling. Doesn't seem really to have any awareness that you're there. And there's only a little bit of snow on it. Do you touch it at all? As you reach out to touch it, you can feel that it's still a tiny bit warm. So it must not have been long, maybe a few hours ago that happened. And you kind of like, you put your hand down, touch it, and like ruffle its ears, try and get it to react at all, and it's not. And you can roll a perception check.
7.
You're pretty focused on experiencing that. So you don't hear the approach of the tavern owner as he comes up behind you and says, "Will you shut that door?"
I think that Etheod kind of jumps a little bit and looks behind him.
He's gonna kind of like look around and say, "Is that mutt still there?" He's gonna kind of like push past you to go outside, and he's just like, mangy dog. And he's gonna like kind of go to like reach down and grab him, kind of like shaking him, and then picks it up and just starts walking away.
Wait,
what do you want, a dead dog?
where are you going?
I'm gonna bury it, aren't I?
Bury.
The ground is dead.
Help. Want help?
All right, you do it. And he's gonna kind of walk around to the back with the dog. You go down the stairs. It's like a little porch. You go down the stairs, walk around to the back. You can see like leaning up is a shovel against the side of the building. And he's gonna hand you that, and he's gonna hand you like under his one arm the dog, and say, he's gonna point over the wall and say, outside the wall, not in town, outside. All right, get. And he's gonna like kind of nose you in that direction and walk back into the tavern.
Etheod's gonna be like, I don't really know what he said, but I'm outside.
Yeah.
And so I think that he is like, I think he's kind of struggling he's like carrying dog and shovel and oh gosh. And so it takes him kind of a little bit of time, but he gets to the outside of the wall and he starts getting to work.
You bury the dog. And no one had really heard you talk for a long time, really. Full sentences, not just individual words, because you're speaking your native language. No one had heard that. You had not done that to anybody but yourself in so long. And then all of a sudden there was something that could hear you, something that you could communicate with, or at least that you tried to communicate with. And then you go back to basically the way that you were before. You're more full now, but you didn't see the other family leave. They didn't, they were either long gone or still there. And you stand outside of the town and you just start walking back into the snow.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to stay in that town. I think that he's like, I'm going to keep going on to the next one.
And you're thinking about that post-conversation involving your relationship to other people. Things that you can't have. And the image of the dog kind of springs to mind. The image of your parents, the image of you see, Meredith happily joking with the kids. The warmth and safety of the orphanage is gone. Meredith is there, so are the kids, but it's not that. They're not safe.
Yeah.
And it seems to, like you said, follow you around a little bit. And as you think about all of those things in your head, you can feel it's kind of like pressure in your head behind your eyes. You feel a hand on your shoulder.
He flinches away from it and like pulls his shoulder away.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you alright?
I'm fine.
Staring at a wall.
I like to stare.
Right.
Low energy.
I think we better follow him. And he's kind of like halfway between you and Lucian is walking away from you guys towards Meredith and the kids.
Okay. I think that he doesn't look at Fingers, and he just follows Lucian.
All right. Fingers is going to kind of follow behind you guys. And what are you feeling right now as you all kind of walk in that direction?
I think that he feels as though he's right, that people are trying to convince him that he's not right in the fact that he should leave and that he can't have nice things. And he's like, I know I'm right, but nobody's gonna believe me. And what can I do about it? Like, I'm not gonna be allowed to leave. Like, somebody's gonna stop me if I try. And I think that he's frustrated that he doesn't really feel like he has any sort of agency at all about anything. Like, I feel like he's like, my entire life, I have never I think that he was like, I had more agency when I was younger than I do now. And I thought that as you get older, you're supposed to get more agency. And that just seems to not be the case. He's just increasingly gotten less and less agency, especially recently. He feels like, and I think that he also is so angry that the one the one person that he has told anything about himself, that he has actually been genuinely honest with, doesn't believe him, thinks that he's full of shit. And, somebody that he thinks would believe him, somebody who thinks that, like, why would he lie about something like that, something so horrible to him, something that he doesn't like thinking about. He's just going to be told that he's falsifying the whole thing. He's like, okay, sure. I guess yeah, I'm lying. It wasn't what I thought it was. I'm misremembering. I must have done something more horrible. And I'm this horrible person, and I do deserve all of this.
So you're pretty PO'd at the moment, dutifully kind of following Fingers. And while you're kind of, is this something that you're kind of like ruminating on as you walk? Yeah, so you're thinking about it, the injustice, what the heck could I have done that was so bad that I deserve this? Or you're saying there must have been something? What was it? Eating when I wasn't allowed to? Like, dutifully trying to not get in trouble so that I could not, be whatever, like yelled at or worse. You're doing kind of one of these. It's like you're looking inside yourself mostly, and so go ahead, roll me a disadvantage perception check.
That one.
Oh, really? So you're looking inside of you. You see all that, and you're seeing like your childhood, you're going through the things that you did kind of categorically. And I mean, stealing ranks pretty high, but you never stole something worth that.
Yeah.
Presumably you knew other kids that were, down on their luck. They stole, they didn't get their horns cut. They got caught for stealing and they didn't get their freaking horns cut off. That you going through that. And then other than that, it's just maybe there's something that I did that I didn't know was bad.
Yeah.
What could that have been? Maybe.
And I think he's like, I'm in dangerous territory because I don't know what.
Yeah. I thought I knew the rules there.
Yeah.
And if the reason my horns got cut off is because I stole an apple, then if that really is why, then I do know the rules there.
Yeah.
But if that's not, I don't feel like I know the rules here. I feel like I knew the rules there. If I didn't know the rules there, what am I doing? What is this? And as you're kind of doing that, you hear Fingers go, whoa, whoa, Lucian. And kind of like run forward and steady Lucian like on his back, like put his hand on his back and kind of steady him. And Lucian's like, sorry, mate. I'm just a bit hot. And he's kind of in front of you, and you can see Lucian is kind of like unsteady on his feet, and Fingers has his hand on his back.
Are you sure you're fine? You got like hurt and stuff.
I just need some water. Fingers is gonna kind of guide him over. You guys are pretty close to Meredith and the kids. You can see Meredith is kind of standing in front of him with her hands out, like poised to do whatever. And he kind of like waves her hands away. And they sit down on the ground. All the kids are sitting. And Meredith sits down. And Lucian starts like digging around in his bag, and Fingers kind of looks back at you, like with his eyebrows raised.
What?
What?
Why are you looking at me?
Just looking at you. Sorry.
It's fine.
He's gonna kind of like look down in a way, and you see Lucian. Are you approaching at all, or are you kind of just standing there?
I think he's approaching, and he's gonna like kind of sit. I think he's gonna go sit next to Lucian.
Okay, so you're like on the other side. Fingers is on his left, so you're gonna sit on his right. So as you kind of sit down, you see Lucian is rifling through his bag for something, and he pulls out a glass bottle that, when his hands touch it, he shakes it, and when he shakes it, it starts filling with water.
What the fuck?
He's casting, I can't remember what it's called.
Great
the
spell.
Food and water. Yeah, like friggin', I think there's another one, if I'm not mistaken, that's just water. Anyway, he's using one of them suckers. I'll Google some spell slots later. And he like takes out the big old fun cork, and he starts drinking. And when you see him start drinking, you as you look at him, go ahead, roll a insight check. Oh, roll a perception check.
That one. I'm rolling like crap today.
You look up, you're looking at his direction, and you don't really see Lucian. You see, you and him had what I would describe as a heart-to-heart. He read you a story. He read you to sleep. You talked about, you knew that he was trying to communicate things to you. You could tell that he was trying to unweave these knots that you have in your soul about the way things work and what you have to do. And you could feel him trying, like getting his fingers in there and trying to pull at them, kind of loosen them. And there was this connection between you two that you can't necessarily really delve into. It was, just the beginning of, you felt like, maybe for the first time, maybe for the second time, well, I guess it would be because he made quite a few, quote, friends, unquote, connections at least. One of the first times that you didn't see him as a set of rules, like a set of facts. He's a doctor. He's angry. If I do this, it'll make him angry. Yeah. You don't see him like that. All of a sudden, you see him as you see you. You know what I mean? There's like a part of you in him, and you can empathize with him. Yeah. Which is something that you don't come across often, I would imagine. And then as you look back up at him now, all of a sudden, he's data points. This is what he thinks, this is what he feels, this is why, this is what I need to do in order to make him whatever. You can feel that, there's like a muscle memory of that. Yeah. Being deprived of your agency, being told what was going to happen. I mean, he was defending you, but now you're kind of debased. Yeah. And when you feel this familiar feeling coming back to you with this Nat 1, it's really compelling. Are you trying to fight against it, or are you kind of falling back into that, like disconnecting yourself from this world?
I think he's letting himself disconnect from it because I think that he doesn't want people to care about him too much in case he has to leave. Right.
So you're kind of pulling yourself away from that. And Lucian, like, drains the bottle of water and shakes it again and says, everybody's having a drink up. I can do this all day.
How can you do that?
It's the water. I mean, he's gonna kind of like turn towards you and say, it's not something, it won't do anything to you. It's just, it will make it regenerate. I could explain the science behind it, but...
No, you don't have to.
But, I mean, it's just water. It tastes like water, too. It doesn't taste funny.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, what was that?
What was your hand? I understand using potions and stuff, but you didn't use one. What was that?
What are you talking about, man?
I don't think that Etheod responds to fingers.
Okay. Lucian's gonna kind of like look at you and kind of like smile and shake his head. And he takes the water bottle and he passes it to Fingers. Roll a perception check.
Okay. 15.
Actually. You see Fingers take the water bottle and hold it for a second and then pass it on to, like, Leela. He's, like, sitting next to him. And Lucian opens his mouth and then turns imperceptibly turns to, like, look back at Fingers and say, I said, have some water. And Fingers, like, kind of, like, looks at him, like, wide-eyed and, like, uncorks it and, like, has some and passes it to Leela. It's a bit, I don't know, personal, but just something that I grew up with and more or less. What
do you mean personal?
Faith is personal, isn't it?
So that is like God related.
I mean, I guess it's not like I'm a god. He's gonna like kind of like chuckle to himself. And when he does, you can see that he's like sweating like crazy.
Yeah.
Like kind of shakes his head. There's droplets of water that kind of drip off into his clothes. He's like, maybe under different circumstances, I'll tell you about it.
Okay.
It's a bit, I guess, complicated. It's not really related to this either.
I don't know if it's kind of something.
Well, we've got a lot to work out.
Yeah.
He's gonna like nod at you. Water bottle's getting passed around. Like Meredith is, has some Sana like helps one of the girls. The water bottle gets passed to Neeleth, who's there, and Lucian kind of looks at her and say, "Hey, you, especially you, drink up." And she's gonna like, it's really big, and she's really little, and he's gonna kind of look at you and say, "We give her a hand."
Me. Okay.
You don't have to.
It's fine. He's gonna like be like, I don't know why you want me to here, and he like sort of holds it for her, and he's like,
You basically, the reasoning is because you are sitting closest to her. Like that's really it. And so you take the bottle and you uncork it, and she just kind of stands there with her mouth open.
Oh, you want me to pour it in? You're not gonna. Okay.
Man, I'll do it.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
All right. I mean, I could do it, but
It's fine.
All right.
Okay. He's just gonna like pour it into her mouth and like, I'm afraid you're going to choke.
Are you like, go ahead and roll a performance check.
17.
You're you know what it feels like to drink.
Yeah.
You're using your empathy that you've learned to be like, what is the amount of water that if I was that small, I would want.
Yeah.
So you do a serviceable job, and when you put the glass up to her mouth, she kind of like puts her hands up to hold on to it for basically no reason. Like she's
so
just there.
small.
And you can see when she does that,
Yeah.
you see with her hands in the glass as you're holding it, that some of the glass starts like fogging up like crazy. And also like where her mouth is, as you can see it kind of go into her mouth, right before it goes in, you can see it congealing into ice.
Oh.
Like just she's freaking ripping cold,
Yeah.
like really cold. And Lucian's gonna look at her and he's gonna like raise an eyebrow, and kind of like he was like cross-legged. He's gonna kind of move to his knees. He's pretty close by, and he kind of like walks on his hand and knees over to her, and he's like, "No way, there's no way." And he's gonna he reaches out, kind of puts the back of his hand on her forehead, and he's like, "Are you joking?"
What?
That's quite embarrassing.
What?
Nothing. When he does that, she kind of like stops drinking the water when he approaches, and kind of like as he puts the back of his hand on her head, she like stops drinking water, and like the bottle is empty and it's like starting to refill, so you have time to like not dump it all.
Yeah.
She looks up at Lucian like when he does that, and she's going to kind of like grab his hand as he puts it against her forehead. She's just like holding on to his hand. Tough little thing.
What is going on?
She's freezing.
I thought that was a trait of winter elytrans.
It's a trait of most winter elytrans. I mean, I guess I've gotten stabbed a few times, so maybe.
What, like she's colder than you?
He's gonna like kind of like smile mirthlessly at you and like raise an eyebrow. Yeah, seems to be.
I think he looks at Neelith and he goes, "Congratulations."
Let me let you know, mate, it's not an achievement.
Then I'm sorry.
He's like laughing, and as he's like looking at you, she's like holding on to his hand and kind of has it. And you can see her as you're talking, kind of like manipulating it. He's kind of sitting on his knees in front of her. He's like looking up at you to talk. And all of a sudden, you see she's like holding onto his hand. She puts his hand on her head. All of a sudden, she collides with his side and wraps him in a hug. Oh. Fingers goes, "Whoa, settle down there." and he's gonna like kind of walk over, and he's like, "Uncle Lucian's not feeling so hot right now." And Lucian is gonna kind of like look down. He's like got his arm away from her, is kind of looking down, and he kind of like puts his hand very gently against her shoulders. And he's like, "Okay, so I needed a hug." Well, and he's gonna kind of like right from where he is, because she's just like holding on to him.
Yeah.
He's gonna kind of just like sit down where he is.
Etheod's gonna give the bottle back to Lucian.
He like takes it, puts it in his bag, and he sits down. She's kind of like holding on to him. In the way that like once little kids decide that they're hugging you, they become little monkeys.
Yeah.
And so she's like kind of working around the way that he's moving. He's kind of like leaned to the side to give her more room, like to do whatever. And you can see Meredith is kind of like, "That's adorable." Like looks over at Fingers, and Fingers is like kind of like weakly smiling. He's gotten pretty emotional, so this is whatever. You look over at Fingers, and he like sits cross-legged on the ground, and Sana and Leela are kind of like leaning up against him, like one on each side.
Yeah.
And Meredith is sitting on the ground. Everybody's cross-legged, kind of in a circle, and you can hear behind you like little noises of kids.
Yeah.
In the very much like if you've heard the statement like sad kids play, they're like they got their Hot Wheels out, stuff like that, because they're just like, well, our home is destroyed again, blocks though, that type of thing. And Meredith, you can see her every once in a while, she's like, "Kids, remember what I said about the silent game, please," and you're sitting on the ground, whatever, everybody's hydrated. And Fingers is gonna kind of like look up and say, "I imagine you guys are wondering what I'm doing here." Yeah. Well, I guess the short version is that we got the sense that maybe something was gonna happen here. So
What?
it's complicated.
Okay, then explain.
Well, I'm here now is the point.
Why did you think that something was going to happen?
I don't want to tell you.
Cool, I don't care.
You can tell us, Mish. It's all right. He's gonna kind of like look at Lucian, who's like half paying attention.
Yeah.
And he's gonna say, we got pretty close to everything seemed like it was all right, and then we got approached by. I thought they were Thieves Guild. I mean, they're in Thieves Guild uniforms. And
How did they see you?
they saw Thalen. They saw Thalen, and they saw Tavamil. Is she all right? Did something happen? She's fine. It's fine. Here, let me tell you this. They're on, Senthit. He's gonna kind of like lean forward and be like, Senthit. Look, first of all, if something had happened, I would have started with that. I just want to say that.
Okay.
I figured you would have, mate. Apologize. Sorry. They're on, Senthit. They're on his carriage. We got, he was in town, defending your honor, to some Talenti soldiers.
Who's sent it?
He's a good man.
Oh.
He's a friend of mine and Tavamil's.
And he just happened to be in town.
He's a trader. He owns a general store. He often comes into town to get supplies, and products and stuff. I imagine that was why he was there.
Well, that's lucky, I guess.
Yeah. But anyway, so that's where they are. Everybody's there. Everybody's there. If he's there, and Thalen's there. Yezi's there, and Xanthid is there. And so they're going. So as far as I know, everything's fine. But we back to Tavamil. Yeah. She. They saw her and asked her about you. And he's gonna kind of turn and look at Etheod.
Right.
And she said that basically that she came from the orphanage and she knew who you were.
Okay.
I thought you weren't gonna let her talk. I thought you were gonna do all the talking. It just didn't work out like that, man. And so now I'm here.
It's fine. This is very, listen, I know that all of you are saying that I should not leave, but this is why I should. If I wasn't here, she wouldn't know me. She wouldn't know where I was. Maybe she does know me, but she doesn't know where I am. I'll find somewhere to be and lay low. That's not around a bunch of people that can get hurt.
You can get hurt too, man.
Yeah. I know.
You're gonna stay with us.
Why do you care?
What do you mean, why do we care?
Why do you care?
What do you mean, why do I care?
You don't believe me. You think that I'm... Maybe I did.
Are we gonna do this again? He's gonna kind of like sit up. San and Leela kind of like, they're not leaning on him anymore. Are we gonna do this again, man?
I killed somebody. But... No, apparently... No, I didn't. No. I didn't. And so if I died, I wouldn't be... That wouldn't matter because I'm not a person. Right?
What are you talking about? He's gonna like... Lucian is gonna kind of like turn himself towards you, and he's kind of like pushing Neoleth a little bit, and she's kind of reorienting herself so that he can't like get to her.
Yeah.
He like scoots so that he's fully facing you, like full attention. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? I'm talking about. Apparently, I'm tiefling. I am a tiefling, and apparently I'm not a person. And apparently, I must have done something way worse than stealing for this to keep happening to me. And I thought I was done.
Look, kiddo, you're a person. That's just something he believes. And Meredith is like looking at you and like kind of thumbs in Misha's direction.
So if ever do you care what happens to me?
I don't know. Do you want me to stop?
I don't care what you do. You could stop caring about me. Then that would make probably stuff be easier. Then you wouldn't care about what happens to me. Or where I go. What I knew is that I stole an apple, and that was it. Apparently, that was the straw. That was the last line that I needed to cross. I didn't even know that I was crossing any. But no. Apparently that's not it, and it's some other secret thing that I don't know about. And if I don't know about it, then I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
You look, I believe you that maybe that's what you think you did. That's not.
Then what did I do?
All right, kids. All right. Look, why don't you two go have a conversation over there, all right? Not in front of the kids, all right? Fingers is going to kind of like look at her and like look at you and kind of go walk off.
Etheod like waits a moment and then follows.
You hear behind you the sounds of like Lucian getting to his feet, and then you hear Meredith go, "Let him go. They got figured out." All right. Fingers is gonna kind of like, he's just like staring at the wall in the far corner of the room.
I don't know what there is to figure out.
What are you talking about?
You said that maybe that is what I think that I did. What could I have...
Do you not understand? Look at me. Listen to yourself, man. There's no way they cut your horns off and exiled you because you stole an apple.
Then what did I do?
I don't know.
I can tell you everything about me, and you can decide what it is that I did. Do you want that?
You're missing my
point. I can relate
point.
to you every second.
Fine. You're not hiding something. I believe you. That's maybe what you think you did.
Maybe what I think that I did.
I don't know. Maybe you forgot. I don't know.
Forgot?
I've forgotten.
What did you do? That you think that is so horrible.
We're not talking about me right now.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. We're talking about you, man. Maybe you just are having some trouble. Remember.
Maybe, okay.
I can understand that. That's what I mean.
I'm not having trouble remembering. I remember everything. The only things that I don't remember is my parents' names because I wasn't home enough to even learn them. They never called each other in front of me. And I don't remember Luta's face. That's it.
Maybe you didn't realize you did it or something.
What could I?
It doesn't matter
It
anyway.
does matter.
Why does it matter?
Because what if I do it here? Now, I don't know what I did that could be so bad that would happen, and then I'm oblivious, and then I do it here, or there's some kind of rule here that is something that if I don't know what I did there, then how am I supposed to know anything about it?
There isn't anything here, man. We would tell you.
I can't. I took an apple. I was so hungry.
All right, you took an apple.
I got caught, and the store owner. The store. It's funny to call it that. He wouldn't let me leave, and he held on to me until other people came around, and he told them that I was taking from him, and other people took me, and they took me to a house. A shed. And kept me in there. And I stayed in there for, I don't know, half a day. A day. And then when they let me out, everyone in town was there. Luther was there. And my parents. I left them alone as much as possible. And
you don't have to keep going if you don't want to, man.
I just don't know what I did.
Look, you stole an apple. We agree, you stole an apple. We're different, you stole an apple. We're different. And that's all you did. It's hard for me to believe.
Why is it so hard?
Because I don't want to.
Why?
Because I thought that...
What did you do that you think is so horrible?
That we were... He's gonna, like, slide his back down against the wall and just squat on the floor.
Fingers, what did you do that you think is so horrible?
That we were... He's gonna put, like, his head in his hands.
I think that Etheod goes towards him and like kind of like reaches out.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I just thought that we were more similar, I guess, than we are. And that's fine.
Wait.
Etheod's gonna press his forehead against Fingers. He's like, I think he remembers as a kid something that was really soothing to him was like when he had horns was like, you know, pressing on his horns and his like forehead, and when he was really overwhelmed he would like dig the heels of his hands into his horns and all that, and I think that he just like instinctively is like, this is something that calmed me down.
I just thought that we were more similar than we were.
To me, then. Tell me why. I'm already so confused, and then you're.
Why do you? want to know?
Because I don't know anything.
What do you think this is gonna help you decide on?
Not gonna make me decide on anything. I just... Maybe it will make me understand why you don't believe me.
Can't you just trust me that it's bad? Why do I have to say it? I killed my parents.
What? I think that Etheod's like... He had his like hands on the side of Finger's head,
Mm-hmm.
and like holds onto his, like, curls his fingers around his ears. Okay.
I don't remember why. I just know that I just remember Etheod, and he's gonna wrap his arms around you and like shake his head.
It's okay. It's fine.
I just remember seeing them. And I love them. I love them. And then they were gone, and I did it, and I know I did it, and
Why do you
I don't know.
Why do you think that you did it?
I don't remember why.
Fingers, why do you think that you did it?
I don't think I did it. I don't think I did it. I know that I did it.
Why do you know that you did it?
I remember doing it. I remember my mom was asleep, and I had a knife from the I killed her.
It's fine.
And then my dad he was, she didn't make any noise,
Fingers.
and he died. I killed him.
Please.
And so I don't really remember a lot after that. And then my mom found me. I was wandering around.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, just stop. Stop.
You hear behind you. We'll roll a perception check. Disadvantage.
5.
You hear from behind you, Meredith go, Hey, what's going on, huh? Everything all right?
I don't know.
Hey, Mish. She's gonna like get down on her knees, and you can kind of see over your shoulder Lucian is standing up, kind of like walking towards them with Neeleth, like he's like holding her hand. She's like holding his hand, really.
Yeah.
And he's like walking like with purpose in your direction, and she's like, Mish, you all right? You all right? And he's like got his head in between his knees, and he's just breathing. And she's just like rubbing his back, and he's just like lying there. And Lucian's gonna kind of turn. Are you like standing? Or
Yeah,
are you
I
sitting?
think that he's standing and he's backed away, and he's like, "I'm sorry,
Is everything all right? He's gonna kind of like go over to Fingers. He's like, "What Fingers?" And he's like puts his hand like on his shoulder, and Fingers just has his head in between his legs, and he's just, and he's just like shaking, and kind of like just breathing deeply.
I think that, are they by the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay. I think Etheod is looking at this and looking at like what he did to Fingers, like forcing him to talk about something that just absolutely made him crumble to pieces. And he is like, now that he knows that I'm different, that I didn't do something that he equates to what he did, and I'm something different in his mind now. I'm not what he wants me to be, and everybody wants me to be something, and I don't know what that is, and I never have known what that is, and I'm just making things worse. And I think that he goes over to the stairs and he starts going up it to leave.
Are you being stealthy?
Yeah.
Do you want to roll stealth?
8.
You said 8?
Mm-hmm.
With your pluses?
Yeah. I rolled a 3 and I have a plus
Really?
5, yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you're pretty shaken by all of this, and as you go to go up the stairs, you can feel yourself you're trying to control your movements to be very silent, and you just can't. Your muscles are shaking so badly. And as you kind of go up, you hear a voice behind you go, "Where are you going?"
I think Etheod keeps going.
Etheod, and he's gonna Lucian obviously is gonna he was kind of holding on tightly to Finger's shoulder. You can see Meredith is whispering into his ear, and he's just shaking and nodding his head. And Lucian is gonna stand up, and he's offloaded Neeleth. She's kind of standing frozen, watching this happen. And if you will, and Lucian is gonna kind of start walking in your direction.
Yeah, Etheod's gonna go to the door, the trap door, and open it and leave. He's gonna
the door's locked.
Is there a way to unlock it, or is it just a key?
There's
that
a key.
He would need? Oh, okay. I think that he does it. He grabs onto the door and realizes that it's locked, and he's like.
Lucian is still kind of walking towards you, closing the distance. He's relatively close. He's 6 feet away from you. You're 12 feet from the stairs. And he's gonna look at you and say, "Oi, mate. We're gonna do this again."
It would be brave of me to go off on my own, no?
No. It would be stupid. It would be cowardly.
I'm making everything worse.
What are you talking about?
I think he kind of glances down at Fingers.
I'm not what people want me to be.
He's continuing to slowly close the distance.
Please stop, please.
He stops and looks up at you. What did he want you to be?
I don't know what anyone wants me to be, but there's something, and I am making things worse.
Why do you care so much about what people want you to be?
Because it's mattered.
He's gonna raise an eyebrow at you. Has it?
I wasn't what my clan wanted me to be. I wasn't what my parents wanted me to be.
Etheod, do you think there's a chance that maybe that's their problem? You can't be everything. You can't be anything. You can just be what you are. The fact that was not satisfying to your parents has nothing to do with you. Has nothing on you.
I don't know what to do. Everything is so terrifying. And I want to be brave, but I don't want to.
When you say that, his eyes kind of soften, and he says, "It's whose? Do you intend to leave us alone in that?"
I don't want this to go away. But if I'm here, it will.
I don't follow. You're going to make it go away on purpose so that it doesn't go away later.
Because at least it will still exist. At least everyone will be fine. And I'll know that, and I'll enjoy that thought.
Well, I'm happy for you. I will be terrified. We cannot like you more. We will not like you more. It's not like it's going to get worse. You might get used to it, I understand. And then it's gone, and that's painful, I understand. But it's too late, man. It's too late. You already have it. Yeah, man. Where you going?
I'm sorry.
About what? Sorry if I scared you off.
You didn't scare me. I'm sorry that I made you talk about something that is...
It's alright. I understand, like, curiosity. It's just a little... Yeah, it can be a little intense for me, is all. But it's alright.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It's not your fault that
I don't even know what to do.
You don't gotta do anything, kiddo.
I have to do something.
Like what?
Something that will make them leave me alone. Something that satisfies them. Because it wasn't enough, apparently. I don't know why I wasn't anyone. I wasn't friends with anyone. My parents, I don't...
Etheod. Take some deep breath. We are going to find out what's going on. Not you.
You already have so much to figure out. I don't want to add to that.
You're not a very good listener, are you? It's too late, mate. You're part of the gang.
The gang.
It's not a choice you get to make.
I don't have a lot of agency, do I?
Meredith is going to kind of step out in front and say, I think what our blue friend here is trying to say, and she's going to like wink at Lucian, and he's going to kind of like look at her like, oh, blue friend. You can decide to leave. Nobody's going to stop you. But we will miss you, and we will worry about you. Because you know, I mean, you're family now.
Oh.
You are. If you don't want to be, if you want to go away, that's one thing. But there's always going to be a spot for you.
I don't want to go away. I just should.
Why should you? Because it's dangerous for us.
Mm-hmm. as proven by...
He kind of like looks Lucian up and down.
He's gonna like look at himself. I think still most of this is from the Wahrae clan.
Glad to know that I am adding on to it.
You're worth the danger. Look, kid, this isn't my first rodeo with this sort of thing. Granted, this isn't... I'm not saying this derisively. She, like, looks over her shoulder. Not with the Odazyr Clan, but... we'll make it work. We always have before, you know? We'll make it work, right?
Okay. I feel like he kind of like... It's like just looking down, like not looking at anyone's faces.
All right. He's gonna kind of like walk. What are you like walking? Just back?
I think he just sits there, like he stays sitting there.
Oh, like near the door.
Yeah.
Might call me anxious, but
You're anxious.
be able to rest a bit easy if I know you're not about to dip out of any door.
Well, it's locked, so I can't. I don't.
The thief can't pick a lock.
I'm not very good at that. I'm only level 3.
I think it'd be safer if we were further away from the door, just in case. Don't want anybody to hear us.
Okay.
He's gonna put his head kind of near your ear. And he's gonna kind of lean down and say, "Do you need help?"
What? No.
Making sure. And he's gonna like back off and start walking back in the direction to the kids.
Yeah. I think that Etheod's like, what? And then goes and sits down.
Like back over there.
Yeah.
As you kind of do that, Meredith is gonna go like walk over to where Fingers is, and you see him. He's kind of like brushing his pants off and like shaking his head, and he gives her like a thumbs up. And he's like kind of following. She and Lucian are kind of ahead, and then you, and then he's like behind everybody.
Yeah.
So, you're walking back in that direction. I gotta say, I love that because I feel like there was an unfinished component to the prior episode.
Oh yeah, me too.
And I like this.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys are walking kind of back over to where you were originally, which is the farthest point in the room from the door.
Yeah.
And just to triangulate your whatever, there is a locked door that's like large, kind of an archway door, and the room is all like in stone with a like dirt floor. That is, it's like you can tell that there's stone underneath it, and it's just dirty. Like it's just a heck of dirt up in there. And a door that is chained shut that is presumably connects to the main tunnel system.
Okay.
So you guys are as close as you can be to that door. And so you're kind of like sitting back in the corner. And as you approach, you see Sana and Leela kind of run past you towards Fingers. Mm-hmm. And do you keep walking? Do you like turn around at all?
No.
Okay, so you keep walking. And as you walk, Meredith kind of goes and like attends to the kids. She's like, "It's all right, guys. Don't worry. Misha's okay. Everybody's okay. Just getting a little, sometimes we, you guys know what I mean. We get really upset, like that type of thing." And you can kind of hear behind you just, I'm fine. It's fine. Okay. And Lucian is going to kind of like sit down on the ground. And Neeleth, who had kind of like, as you were all talking, like run back to the rest of the kids, just in fear of everything that was going on, is there just kind of like was standing up in the group of kids, sees Lucian, sits down next to him.
Yeah.
And are you going to stand? Are you going to sit down as well?
I think that he's gonna sit down.
Okay, so you sit down, and then you shortly afterwards, you hear much farther away than previously. Fingers sit down, and Sana and Leela sit down next to him. Mm-hmm. And so you're all kind of like quiet there for a bit. Mm-hmm. Eventually, after she's done kind of like attending to the kids, Meredith is going to turn around and say, So, Hale's gone, huh? Lucian's gonna kind of like look down in a way. Fingers is gonna say, Yezi, Yezi said he was gonna make sure nothing happened to you guys. I guess that didn't, and Meredith is gonna turn to him and say, well, he told me because of his influence, he was sure that we'd be safe from the Assassin's Guild and the Thieves Guild, you know. But he'd watch the house. The High Elves most probably weren't going to be an issue in the first place, but like I said, the Odazyr Clan, they don't play by anybody's rules. They don't.
Yeah, to be fair, they weren't actually Thieves Guild, so he wasn't lying.
Yeah, I guess that's right. He told you this? Lucian kind of like perks his head up and looks at her, and she goes, yeah, well, he left me a letter. She looks at Fingers. You asked me why I was so sure we'd be fine, Mish. That's why. When did he leave your letter? Did he come back to the house? Well, I don't know, but it was in the room, with all the, smashed glass and stuff. I went upstairs to see, what the carnage was, and I saw the letter. He could have just lied. What made you believe him? That wasn't the only thing in the letter. It's a shame.
Why is it a shame? I mean, no, to... that
Lucian, kind of looks over at you sideways when you say that.
Not to... I'm sorry. I just mean, yes, I'm gonna start to ignore my question.
I get your point, kid. I think that, I don't know. I don't really have a relationship with that part of him, I guess. I just know what he did for us. I think that's worth something. She's gonna kind of look at Lucian, and Lucian looks away.
Well, in any case, he's gone.
Then we're definitely getting out of here. I mean, I had enough problems. Like I said, it's not my first rodeo. It's not my first rodeo in Waypoint Town. Not with this sort of thing, Not so necessarily intensely, but there's a reason we got more than one house.
Where are we going to go?
It's a good question.
Out of town? Leave town, maybe?
Oh, we're leaving town.
Okay. How will we let the others know?
Well, actually, I can take care of that.
I think Etheod's looks at him okay.
How? Well, I figured we should find out where we're going before I do.
How would you let them know, though?
I have a potion, I can take it, and anybody I know who they are. They can hear me in their head.
Oh, that's awful.
I'm sure it is. I've never had it done to me back, but I guess I will now. I can only send 25 words, though.
That's so specific.
I didn't make the potion. Well, I suppose I did. I didn't develop the potion.
Are you sure it's not 25.5? Yeah, we're going to...
I guess we'll find out, won't we? She can respond. Anybody I figured he's going to kind of adjust his posture. I would send it to Yezi.
Why to Yezi?
Why Yezi? He's going to kind of look over his shoulders at Finger and say, I want you to guess why. Who else is there, mate? Tavmil said, yeah, I can see that.
Do you not trust Tavmil with this information?
He's going to raise an eyebrow and say,
Okay, yeah,
quite like her, as I'm sure you can imagine. But this is not his strong suit. Right, fingers? Yeah, right, yeah. Let's not dig. Anyway, I've got that covered, but we should find out where we're going first. Well, we're gonna drop you guys off. And Fingers is kind of like sits up.
Drops. What?
Them, and he kind of like looks to his side at Sana and Leela, and you kind of see that like they're each holding one of his hands, and when he says that, they kind of like hold on tighter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, are you? Well, yeah. I mean, it's not safe. I mean, they're not looking for you guys. They're looking for, I guess, maybe me. I don't even know. Etheod and Lucian. So. What?
No, nothing.
What is it?
I just think that it's funny that we're all a bunch of wanted guys. I don't know. Like a gang of wanted... Not even criminals, just wanted people.
Some of us aren't. Right. So that might be for the best. Do you think it might be for the best? You don't think that they know that you got a old lady and a bunch of kids that you care about? You don't think they're going to use us to get to you? All right. Drop us off somewhere. I'm just saying, I think it's a bad idea.
Where could you go instead? I mean, like, I don't even know where we're going to go.
What if we went to somebody's house? You know what I mean? Like somebody. One of my older brothers. I mean, you gotta know someone where somebody lives, right? They don't write. And Meredith is gonna look at him and she's gonna say, I don't know if they'd be able to accept a whole orphanage full of kids.
Who?
One of my brothers.
Your brother?
Yeah, and not mine, but mine. Not
what?
Not they're not tieflings. They're not related. We're not related, but we grew up together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you might have noticed that. Anyway, I don't know. We could talk to him, couldn't we? I mean, we could try and find out. Well, I think for now we should stick together. Keep moving in, the same direction. As long as that direction is out of here.
Where do they live?
Well, there's a couple that live in the Talenti side of the border.
Oh, like there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you think? I started the orphanage like a week ago or something? I know all the kids.
No.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry. I'm just saying. Well, they're not here. Because they moved away. We sort of moved away too. But they moved away a while ago, and yeah, they moved away.
Okay.
If it wasn't, you can roll insight on that.
Yeah, I think that he's
there's
just
there's like a message that they're passing back and forth.
I think Etheod's like, I am so not.
Yeah.
5.
You don't friggin' know what. There's some unspoken message that's clear to them too. Let me see if Lucian picks up on. Lucian looks very much as though he's picked up on it and says nothing at all.
I feel like everybody understands something that I am not understanding.
I grew up with other kids that grew up too. and then they moved away.
Yeah.
And I didn't.
Okay.
Okay.
So are we going to...
Him and Meredith kind of like, they like laugh.
I don't get what's funny.
Nothing's funny. All right. We can go. I know that they live pretty far from the border is all. So we absolutely would not be able to get there in a day, especially not on foot. We'd need somewhere we could maybe regroup for a bit. Somewhere, a little closer to the border. I say we pick a place and just head there.
Are we staying in the Talenti? Like, within the Talenti?
I think that's the best idea.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how much experience you've got, Meredith, on the Talenti side of the border, but I've got quite a lot. We got a raw deal in the treaty, that's for sure, but I'm concerned after our conversation that maybe Timber wants to fight. Don't know what's going on. Never been to the Vahrae Clan or Toadsfroth, for that matter. Well, other than fighting. But if he wants to fight, it's probably because he's got something up his sleeve. I just assume stay.
Like the Odazyr Clan?
I'm not sure. But if he's, putting bait out, he's not going to, invite an attack if he doesn't have anything planned. I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I think that's the best idea. Also, we're already here.
Yeah.
Unless anybody else has got a better idea. That's, I think that makes sense. I don't know anything, so we can do that.
I don't know anything either.
Well, I mean, Etheod and I can't go anywhere. Without a disguise, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you meant, like, physically, and I was, like, I have surprisingly not gotten hurt.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's good.
Shit, yeah.
He's gonna, like, roll his eyes. And then, Mom, you're fine. I don't know if our recent guests saw you and whatever, but you're a human. I mean, the Alliance, and you'll be fine. Lucian, you'll be fine. I'm not so sure about that. No, due to recent events. Yeah, I guess that's true. Etheod, I guess you're gonna have to get out your watercolors.
Oh, no.
Oh, glory, not that again.
Look, I'm not... maybe I talked a big game or something. I am not good at it, apparently.
You did a quite good job with him. I barely recognised him at first. Like, looking at fingers.
Oh. Well, maybe that's just because he has a lot of paint on him.
You've got to be a bit more heavy-handed this time.
Okay. I will try my best.
He's gonna, like, nod at you. While you are all talking, Neelith puts her head on Lucian's lap.
Mm-hmm.
And is kind of, like, playing with his arm. And he's, like, absentmindedly, like, not trying to get it to stop, but, like if he was realizing what was going on, he wouldn't be trying to get it to stop. But because it's like, he's like, what is that? He's just kind of like moving his arm around. Yeah. And she's like pinching him and crap. And he's like not paying attention. Well, speaking of Talenti, side of the border, and how you got a lot of experience there, Lucian. Any idea on where we could go to kind of, regroup for a bit?
Lucian, you have a house. Yes.
I do.
Maybe we could go there.
I don't know if that's safe. I mean, it's a stone's throw from Tavermills.
Well, but they've already torched Tavermills.
Well, right, it might not be that, or might be
No, but
guards there. Or...
why would there be guards there if it's gone?
My house isn't gone. At least, I don't think it is. I don't imagine it would be.
Yeah, I guess if they're going to look for you, maybe you would go back there.
I don't know if anywhere in the farmlands is safe for us to be right now. We could chance it, but I don't.
No, I'm done chancing stuff.
Go ahead, roll an insight check.
18.
There's for sure some other reason why he doesn't want to go back there.
I think Etheod clocks that and he's like, okay.
Noted.
Yeah. Okay, so we won't go there.
I thought you said I'm not trying to whatever, but I thought you said that you knew how to get to a lot of places. I mean, I know how to get to the castle. I know the places on the way to the castle. I don't think that we should go there. They fall over the border.
Well, wait. Listen, you can walk now, yes?
Right.
Why don't we meet up with everyone else?
They're on a carriage. Is that right? Yeah. We're not going to be able to catch up unless you mean go to the castle town.
Yeah. And because they'll even though we won't be able to catch up, they'll be there, and then you can let her know with your whatever magic.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Why? Nothing seems like a good idea.
Right. If it is a setup, I mean, maybe.
If it is a setup, then it would be good that we're there, because then they'll need help.
Or if it's set up by them or something. If he set up the farm and put it somewhere so conspicuous, guarded by a girl who doesn't even remember where she lives.
Right. But what I'm saying is, she will be there, right? And if they find out that it was set up, and she's there, she's already there.
I guess they didn't frame her, is what I mean. I guess I don't know who it was who framed me, but
It seemed like the Vahrae people did. It doesn't seem like the Telenthi had really any interest in you. It was a bunch of Vahrae people that were trying to find you.
I think it's a risky.
Okay, then where do we go? Where do you think?
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Okay. 7.
He seemed to be very concerned about the idea of you all going to the Telenthi, but like it was something, but at the same time it looks like something that he is sort of also just considering for the first time as an actual possibility now. Like it popped into his head and he's kind of batting at it. Like he's kind of like not really engaging with you.
Yeah.
Or he's engaging with it for the first time. I'm gonna roll something real quick. Please continue.
Where do you think... if you're so concerned about... I mean, you want to stay in the Telenthi side. The farmlands are off. The Waypoint town is off. The Telenthi town is off.
I mean, I don't see why... I think the kid's right. I don't see why we shouldn't just go to... follow him. Go to the castle. I mean, I think that...
We don't even need to necessarily go to the castle. We can be in the town. Be there. They're close by. They won't have to travel back to come find us. confined wherever we end up going. They'll be there, and then we're not waiting for them to come back. They're just here, and then we're there, and
Yeah, man, it seems like a good option to me.
I figured you'd want to be closer to Tavamil.
I do. All right, let's go there.
Okay, cool. So now, how?
Like I said, I do know how to get there.
Are we going to walk or? Meredith, you could probably get a carriage. No, I mean...
What, for me, 12 kids and 3 adults?
Well, they don't need to know about the 3 adults.
What kind of double-wide carriage you think is traveling through the mountains, Etheod?
I don't know. They got one.
What about horses? We could maybe find horses. I don't know. The guards. I mean,
Horses are hard to ride.
He's gonna kind of like lean towards you and just say, "You wouldn't be on one, man. The people who are old or hurt," and he looks at his mom and Lucian, would ride on the horse, or kids. Not you. And like freaking Meredith gives him like a, "You little punk kid," you know.
What's the point in getting one then? No, I mean, like, if not everyone is going to have one, then we're just, I mean, listen, I know that sounds ridiculous if you think about 13, 14, 15 people on 15 horse. Sorry.
This isn't like a communist situation, Etheod. It's not like nobody gets horses unless we can find 20 horses. No. 20 little horses for the kids.
Stop. That's not what I mean. What I mean is why get the horse if we could just get the carriage and then whoever needs it is in the carriage. And then we don't just have a bunch of horses.
And the rest of us will run behind.
Walk? What are you talking about? The carriage would be drawn by a horse.
I thought you were talking about, like, for speed, like, efficiency.
No.
You mean like, okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
What did you think that I meant? I figured, and he looks at some of the younger kids, it would be hard to walk around with a bunch of little tiny children.
We understood you, Mr. Etheod.
Thank you. Oh,
we know what you meant.
They know what I mean.
Why didn't you tell me? You make me look like an idiot. They're like,
good.
Miss, you made yourself look like an idiot.
Yeah, they're right.
They like, Sonnet and Leela like high five behind him. He like rolls his eyes. Right, well, I suppose maybe we could.
The idea of
accomplish
15 horses. I'm sorry, I'm really stuck on that. We have a whole
convoy. I think maybe they saw us coming. Remember Telethi would shut the gate. They're being besieged by 12 children.
Oh, sorry, I did my math wrong. 16. One of us is just running back.
What are you saying, mate?
I don't know.
At the everyone is like crying, laughing.
I think that I'm tired and scared. Or I'm crying.
Are they tears of tears or tears of laugh?
I am experiencing the panoply of human emotion.
Of human emotion?
A tiefling emotion. The panoply of tiefling emotion. Oh. He's like rubbing at his eyes. So that is to say, I don't know.
Well, if we decided... Can you get it together briefly for me?
Briefly? Yeah. He like shakes his head.
We've decided we're going to make for the castle town.
Right. Is it really called the Tenenty Castle Town?
Do you want to see the name in Elvish?
Yes.
It's called Yindoritail Telenthi.
Tenenty.
Close enough.
Alright.
I told you it sounded better in Elvish.
It does.
Right, we're making for them. We'll get transport as soon as we can. Assuming we can. And it's going to take us a little bit of finagling to get out of Waypoint Town without being seen. Right. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you mentioned something about tunnels being primarily used by thieves and the Assassins Guild.
Okay,
we can.
Wait, at least the Assassins Guild doesn't care about us. I don't think.
Well, we don't know. We don't know anymore. I mean, if hell was the only thing stopping them.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the Thieves Guild. But we also don't know. I mean, the Tieflings might be down there now, too.
That's true.
I think we're just going to have to come up with some kind of plan. Either that, or... I think that's it. Either that or we, walk through town?
Well,
See what I've got on me. See if we can come up with something before we leave. But as long as we know we're going there.
When are we leaving?
What do you mean, mate?
Shouldn't we leave now?
We are leaving now.
Okay, so you said to come up with something. We.
All right, Mr. Impatient.
What, Doctor? Anxious.
I think it fits. I think it's good. I think
Doctor
it fits.
Anxious. That's what I'm calling you from now on.
That's fine. Add that to the list.
Of?
I get quite a lot of nicknames.
Oh.
And he's gonna say, if it's all right with you, Captain, before we set off, I'd like to send that message I was talking about earlier.
Oh.
All right? Anything else?
Let me think about it. Sure.
He's gonna, take his hand and, go to push you. Push you.
Friggin', he flinches.
He's gonna, pull his hand back, and he's, kind of puts it, on Neeleth's, kind of, puts it down next to her. Uh-huh. And she's still, sitting next to him, and, kind of, laying down on his lap, sort of. He's gonna say, does anybody have anything they'd like me specifically to tell Yizzy? I'm already going to tell her that we're all here, we're all safe in what we're doing. Is there anything else?
That Hale is dead.
Right.
Maybe that the luck my people are about. Hale said something about that. Playing knife block with...
Right.
I think she would like to know that.
Yeah. Does anybody have anything else? Yes, we're safe.
You've already forgotten?
Etheod, I've got a splitting headache. Just bear with me for a moment. We're safe.
Right.
What happened?
Right.
Who's here?
Good job.
Hale.
Yes.
Lakmai.
Right.
And then I've got to explain that she can talk back.
Fingers.
I mean, look, man, you can tell her that I love her and that I want to see her and that I miss her and that I'm so scared that she's going to die and I'm not going to be there. Or nothing, or you could say nothing would probably be best. I'll convey that in my warm tone. Thanks, man. You're always looking out for me.
Lucian's gonna come onto your girl.
But proxy, though, for you. Hey, lads, if we could get it together. Right. Now, I'm looking at all of you. Are you listening? Don't you pissing distract me.
Okay.
Don't make me say anything that I don't plan to say. All right? I'm going to say it out loud.
Does she have a limit on how she can respond?
25 words.
Well, I didn't know if
What
that
do you
was
mean?
just you.
That was stupid. It was me, 25 words, and she could bloody read a book to me in my head. It'd be awful, can you imagine? Now stop it, as I've said.
But you're not saying it yet. Okay.
If you could please refrain from
Yes.
speaking for the next several seconds,
Yes.
while I count to 25.
Sure.
And he's gonna, like, drink this potion. He's like points at everybody. And he points at everybody, says that, looks at you, points down at Neeleth as a joke, and sees that she, and everyone, like you presumably also looking in that direction, sees that she is asleep on his lap. And he's like, oh dear. All right. Shuts his eyes, drinks the potion, shuts his eyes, and says, Odazyr attacked. Hale did. Lucian, Etheod, Fingers, Meredith, kids safe. Following you, like my about, or will, took back. Sends next 25 words. I think that's done then. And he is going to sit there and wait for Yezi's response.
How long does it take? Okay.
And Yezi, Thalen's probably telling a story about cocaine.
I think Yezi is actually listening.
Oh,
she's
really?
She's like, but she's not making it obvious that she's listening, but she's like, what?
Yeah. You start listening, and then you start hearing the words slam poetry and defending my throne.
Slam poetry.
Yes, well, he's like, I'll tell you the tale of the first time I did way too much cocaine and what that looked like. And you're like, okay, I gotta hear this. And then all of a sudden you realize, probably like 20 minutes into the story, that you don't need to hear it. Thalen is excited that he has the spotlight and he's showing that. And so you start thinking about, what he said, if he kind of like staring off into the middle of distance when they were talking about the winter, your kind of relationship with winter, and you're from, high up mountains, and so you are familiar with cold winters. Do you get very cold? Is that something that bothers you?
I feel like yes, but it's not so bothersome. I think that like heat and cold feel more extreme on her, like when you pick up a stone that's been sitting outside in the icy cold, and it's like it feels way more cold in your hand. Or if it's been sitting in the sun, it feels really nice and warm and lovely. And I think that like her outer self would feel that way, but I think her inner self is pretty regulated.
So you imagine yourself, one of your memories of just kind of like being outside in nature. I mean, primarily you were outside in nature. During the snow was hunting. It's part of your training. It's much easier, if you will, to kill an animal than a person. And so there are these beautiful kind of like silken white goats that live in the mountains, and they're the kind that do the like one toe on the rock, like they can do that. And you're set out and tasked with it was the first time you'd ever been, it's kind of a big day for you. It was the first time that you had ever been sent out to kill anything. And this is sort of like they're relatively, because they have to so carefully pick what they're standing on. They're natural predators can't, all they have to do is stand on a freaking completely sheer cliff face and nothing can get to them. but they can be arrows can get to them. And so they're like the absolute baby mode. Like all Lakmai assassins are trained on killing these goats. And you're about, how old are you?
I would say probably like 8.
Okay. So you know what you are meant to do. You can feel the bow and arrow heavy on your back as you lie down on your stomach on this mountain, kind of staring at the like cliff face, just waiting for a goat to come by. And you see one, and it kind of like crosses your line of sight. You're in this you're on a sheer cliff face that is opposite it. The other part of this exercise is that you're not going to use it.
Yeah.
You're not going to use it's the point of it is to kill it. The point is not now we will eat it and now we will use its fur, like something that you would maybe do typically. You're going to senselessly take a life, and that's the exercise. And you're lying down and you know you're being watched. 100% you're aware.
Yeah.
You see this goat kind of cross in front of you. What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
I think that she thinks it's really pretty.
Oh.
And I think she feels really bad about having to do it. Like she just really doesn't want to. And I think that she is thinking about how she has, like she knows she has to, because she knows that something bad would happen to her if she didn't.
And as you're looking out, maybe you're even reaching for your bow and arrow you have like a first act, baby's first little bow and arrow. You take it off your back, unless you don't.
I think she does, yeah.
And you're like thinking about what it would be like to touch it. Or
yeah, like how soft it would feel.
Yeah, it looks so serene and just a part of the beautiful scenery. And as you take the bow and arrow off your back, you see behind it 3 little baby goats following it on the cliff face. And you see them kind of like following their mom. This is like a more kind of like jagged cliff, so it's like easy mode for baby goats. And you think yourself a little baby goat standing on that mountain. But what they're doing is learning how to follow their mom, learning how to survive, learning how to, get away from predators, learning how to, eat and what to eat and what's good to eat. And they're all together. And you're all alone. And you're learning how to kill indiscriminately.
I think that Yezi pulls back the arrow. She shoots it right above the head of the goat, aiming to miss.
Roll to hit. AC is 10.
She's aiming to miss.
Right. So how do we do this? If you are below a 10, then you hit.
The goat?
Yeah.
Okay. Nat 20.
Oh, wow.
I was like closing my eyes, being like, please.
Which goat, or the mom goat?
Yeah, above the head of the mom goat.
So you perfectly, you knock, whatever we determined was right with the arrow, and it flies perfectly true through the air, like you're accounting for crosswind and stuff like that. And not only do you fire it in such a way that it goes right above the goat's head, you can see it touches its fur, and it even, as the goat kind of looks down, it even looks like an accident. Every component of it is absolutely like spot on perfect for what you want.
Great.
And as you see it make contact with the fur of the goat, with the rock wall, stick in the rock face, and you see the goat kind of turn its head to figure out what happened, another arrow pierces its chest. And it stands still for a moment, and then it falls to its death. And the 3 baby goats are left on the rock face. And you hear behind you something heavily land on the ground.
As he sits up and looks behind her.
You know that it's the person who's supposed to be watching you.
Mm-hmm.
Your sister, Sura. And she stands behind you. Do you look back at her at all?
Yeah.
Okay. As you look back at her, you see that she is looking dead directly where she fired that arrow. And her, she's like just putting away the quiver, or the bow on her back. Mm-hmm. And she doesn't look at you at all. And she says, "We'll tell them that you killed that one. But next time, I'm not covering for you."
I didn't mean to miss.
Right. And she's going to stand up and just walk away from you.
Wait, are you going home?
She turns back and looks over her shoulder and opens her mouth and says, "Odazyr attacked, Hail dead, Lucian, Etheod, fingers." You hear the whole message relayed to you and you just like shoot directly up.
I feel, they like, freaking Yezi's just like peacefully daydreaming, thinking about that. And then all of a sudden she goes,
I know, it's quite exciting. Anyway, so what's wrong?
I feel like she's like holding her forehead, like listening to this, being like,
I will say, that the next 25 words you say are going to Lucian.
Yeah, that's why she's like
nobody. What's wrong? What is it?
she's like holding her hand out, and then she's like making like a freaking hand motion over her neck. She's like,
"Are you going to be sick or something?" He's gonna like look at Iffy and be like look at Iffy and Tavmil and be like, "Y'all seeing this?" That type of thing.
"What's wrong? Are you all right? Everyone shut up."
2 down. You got 23 to go.
That's 3 words. Everyone shut up.
Yeah, I can't count. 22 words you got.
I think that she thinks for a second after saying, "Everyone shut up." "All is well. With Sentit, avoid Genozi at all costs. No one survives them. Lay low in the town. I'll find you."
What was that? What was that about, Yezi?
Are you going to sing a little song?
What was that about, Yezi? Did you have some sort of episode or something?
Oh, yeah, I'm losing my mind. No, I mean, seriously, what the hell was that about? I know that there are abilities, or like, God, Lucian, terrifying. Lucian, yes, there are potions that you can talk to people from distances. Oh, I have that. What? Message. No, no. There are ones that are stronger. And he used one to talk to me.
Lucian spoke to you?
Yes. What did he say? The Odazyr clan attacked, I guess. Hel is dead. The Lakmai people are about. Lucian, Etheod, Fingers, Meredith, and the kids are all fine. And they are following us. I assume into town. I don't think that they are going to go to the castle, but the town right outside of it. And I could respond back, but everything that I said was responding back, so he heard me tell you guys to shut up. Well, I mean,
the rest of the message was good.
Yeah. I would say you did a good job.
Indeed.
Okay.
It's quite funny that he sent it to you.
Yeah, why wouldn't he send it to me?
Well, I know why.
Why?
Because of Iffy, help me, Iffy.
Well, because, honey, you're a little,
Iffy.
What?
Gently help me.
Because, sweetheart, You're a little simple.
All right. Well, I suppose... Anyway, so the point is, they're all safe, including Fingers, yes?
Mm.
Good. And they're moving towards us.
Yes.
How on earth is that happening?
He gave me his whole
I'm
25-step plan.
thinking out loud, all right? I
don't know. I mean, we figured it out. I'm sure they'll figure it out. I mean, Meredith and the kids, they can move around freely, eh?
Well, I suppose so. I mean, unless whoever attacked them is... I don't know. I suppose...
Well, if the Odazyr are attacked, but then they're all safe, I'm going to say it's pretty safe to assume that they took care of that.
Tavmil, cover your ears.
Why?
Just please, pretty please do it.
Right. She, covers her ears.
How on earth did Lucian survive that? I mean, I guess they went looking for him, but then how is he with them? What did Etheod put him on his back or something?
Etheod, the strongest kid in the world.
But you understand my confusion.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, listen, in the war, we had stuff that, would fix broken bones, that's for sure. Instantly. You know, I would use it on the field. Somebody break something, I would give it to them, and it was painful, but they would have full use of it. But I'm sure that if he had something like that, he would have used it.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. Maybe he pushed through it. Listen, they're safe. I guess that's all that matters.
I suppose we'll find out. I've no idea how they're going to get out of town, though.
Oh, with him like that?
In general.
Well.
What is it, 12 children. Meredith is a normal person, you know, as a resident normal person, I'd like to say.
Person.
And then Lucian is, whatever state. I mean, I guess Fingers and Etheod.
They have Fingers and Etheod, and Meredith, from what I heard, they have to do this stuff sometimes, so I'm sure they know how to do it, but us thinking about it and thinking about the complexities of it is not going to help anything. It will happen, and then if it does, we will find them. All right. Look, Lone Ranger, I know that you want to, distance yourself from how you feel about this. I know you're anxious, all right? But it's fine. It's going to be fine. Don't treat me like I'm a child. I'm not. I'm treating you like somebody you love is gone. Listen, I'm the most easy breezy out of all of us because I really have no stake in this at all. I'm just kind of here. No one I love is really involved in. I mean, I love Meredith, that's for sure. And I love all the kids and stuff like that, but they ain't really all that involved either. Fingers is involved, but that's him. That's not the kids and stuff. But regardless, I understand that tensions would be high for this, and I understand that maybe I would be the least empathetic of it, but you've got to realize I've got a lot of practice with stuff like this. So.
Right. Well, I suppose...
What?
Were you listening to my story?
What, me?
No, not you. Clearly you weren't. Anybody.
It became uninteresting after a while.
How could it possibly be uninteresting?
Slam poetry, I don't...
What is not interesting about that?
The whole epitome of slam poetry.
Well, I got a tattoo that night, and then I had to go to work
the
next day.
You got a tattoo?
Yes.
I have one too.
Do you?
Yeah. You want to see it?
Yes.
She rolls up her pant leg, and right above her knee is a shoddy stick and poke of "If he was here."
The most iffy tattoo. Thalen looks so excited, and then he sees it, and then all of a sudden he doesn't look excited.
Well, I did it myself. You couldn't tell.
Right. Yes, it looks as though you did. I'm just, I don't know why I'm surprised, frankly.
What's your tattoo?
Oh, it's sort of personal.
Oh, you're going to bring it up, and then you're going to be like,
on my bottom.
Yes, you look away. Show it to me.
No.
Why not?
No, because I was in a drunken stupor.
So?
Yezi. You are not Yezi. Iffy. You 2-syllable name having women. Iffison. There we go.
Yeah.
I'm not showing you my bottom.
Why you your ass? Just say that. That's such a weird way
I'm
of
not
saying
showing you that either, so...
Oh, are they two different things? Do
Mine are.
high elves have an ass at the bottom?
You guys are doing that. There's that going back and forth. Tavmil's like looking at a butterfly out the window.
Well, your hands are still covering your ears.
That's right. They never told her to stop. And then Yezi is like, what? Just like pinching the bridge of her nose? Like, I cannot believe this. In a galaxy far, far away, Lucian sits there with his eyes shut for a little bit, waiting for you to think. And then hears you scream, "Everyone shut up!" And like freaking rockets himself backwards, fully like wakes up Neelith, who's like super freaked out, like puts one hand on his chest and he's like, right.
What the fuck was that?
She must have gotten surprised.
Oh, okay.
And shouted in my ear, "Everybody shut up." Glory. Right, well, message conveyed.
What did she say back?
They're gonna wait for us in town. She said she'd find us when we get there. I mean, clearly, they've got to be, if they're in a carriage most of the way there by now. We haven't even started, and we'll be on foot. They're definitely gonna get there first. We'll have to find a place to stay for the night.
So they'll like find us after.
Right.
Okay.
Alright, well, I guess we should just get going.
Was it?
I looked, I don't have anything that will help.
Okay. I guess we should go.
Alright. He's gonna, like, get to his feet. Fingers stands up. Just, like, cross-legged stand up,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like that. Like, the least ergonomic way to stand up. Meredith stands up, grabs a rope out of her bag, and kind of unfurls it and says, "All right, little ones, you know the drill. Everybody grabs a knot."
I think Etheod's looking at that like, what could that possibly be? Oh.
What, do you want to grab a knot too, kiddo?
No,
So we don't lose you?
A kid.
She's gonna, like, smile kind of gently at you. Neelith, is that your knot? She grabs a hold of Lucian's pants. And Lucian's gonna say, "I think she's my knot." All right. And Fingers is gonna hold up Sana and Leela's hands. Let's get going.
Okay.
And they're gonna start walking towards the door. You kind of you realize, looking around, that they're kind of like all moving in one mass away from you. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
11.
You feel something on your leg.
He looks down.
You look down and you see, looking up at you, the littlest tiefling.
Hello.
You need a knot.
I'm not a kid.
And he's gonna reach up for your hand.
Ooh. No, I'm good.
He's gonna grab your pants.
Okay, then. Who are you? Oh, are you Ekthu?
You don't remember me?
Oh, what? Remember your voice from the shadows. I'm the one with the stupid name.
Mr. Etheod forgot me. He kind of like drops his hand down.
No, I didn't forget you.
He's kind of looking down in a way.
come on. And he's gonna grab his horn and pull him forward.
And that's where we're gonna end the episode. This emotionally charged episode of that too, baby.
Coming to you from Meredith.
Coming to you straight from the underground. That's it. Literally straight from the underground.
You're right.
They're underground.
They're underground. Wow.
Wow. A lot has changed.
A lot has changed.
A lot has changed, baby.
A lot has changed.
Anyway,
we're gonna go eat some dinner.
Eat steak. Bye.
Bye.